everyone, and welcome back to the second day of our conference here in the National Museum of History in Latvia, in Riga. And today's session is dedicated to restoration of museums and their collections. And from the yesterday when we explored the wartime fate of museum collections, today we turn our attention to restoration of museums previously lost collections, restitution questions, provenance research, and the individuals who safeguarded the cultural heritage. And I am absolutely honored to invite our first speaker, Māra Lāce, one of the most renowned Latvian museum specialists, former director of the Latvijas Nacionālā Museum of Art, who has reshaped the Latvian National Museum of Art to the form we know now. Māra Lāce, the floor is yours.
Labrīt visiem klāt.
Good morning, all who are present. And thank you very much for the introduction. And also I would like to express gratitude for the conference, for this event that allows us to talk about the issues the issue that has accompanied us since all the beginning of the life in the museum. And those problems do exist, and I'm sure will exist also in the future. And the more we are able to talk about it and do something in relation to it, it's going to be better. Because all the situation that we see around us is so unpleasantly threatening and dangerous that, God forbid, that the museum employees again will face huge choices and challenges. Because basically everything that has happened in the past, those were choices that in many cases depended on the individuals who were involved in those activities and situations. And my topic is illegal or illicit circulation of artworks, the practice and experience of the Latvian National Museum of Art. The impact of World War II and the subsequent occupation regimes on Latvia's cultural heritage has had long-lasting consequences for the preservation, management, and research of museum collections. As a result of wars, changes in political regimes, and administrative transformations, some cultural assets were destroyed, relocated, illegally appropriated, and also fell outside institutional supervision. The consequences of these processes are still reflected in the complexity of researching their origins, ownership uncertainty, and also restitution issues. This paper examines individual processes of relocation of cultural assets in Latvia during the Second World War and occupation period. Also, the paper considers the issue of ownership in museum practice and mentions the importance of restitution. The recovery of Julius Feder's painting Seashore at Oro in Estonia is used as a positive example, vividly illustrating the importance of research and interinstitutional cooperation in the processes of recovering cultural values. Preserving cultural heritage in the context of armed conflict and political changes is one of the most significant challenges in the operation of museums. In European history, the 20th century and the Second World War play particularly important role in this context, because during that time the destruction, relocation, and misappropriation of the cultural assets took place on a large scale. In the territory of Latvia, those processes were also intensified by successive occupations by the Soviet Union and Nazi Germany, as a result of which the museum collections were subjected not only to physical threats, but also to ideological manipulations. However, when talking about the fate of the collections of Latvian museums, it must be acknowledged that the First World War also had a negative impact. But it was the Second World War that brought the largest losses. Also, the problems were created and caused during these evacuations of collections and loss of documentations, interruptions. Those cause problems still today. Therefore, the issues of the transferring and ownership of cultural assets shouldn't be viewed only in the context of Second World War, but also in the broader historical perspective. In modern museology, increasing attention is being paid to provenance research, which aims to reconstruct the history of the circulation of cultural objects and identify cases of illicit relocation. The field of research is closely linked to restitution processes and return of cultural property to its rightful owners. At the same time, this research is also a tool for strengthening the quality and reliability of museum collections, as it allows for the clarification of the origin, movement, roots, and legal status of objects. The aim of the paper is to analyze the fate of the collections of the Latvian National Museum of Art during the Second World War and also occupation period, assessing the processes of transfer, ownership uncertainties, and restitution issues. The research is based on the analysis of historic sources, also a review of regulatory frameworks, and individual episodes. The basic material for the research were obtained from the Scientific Documents Center at the Latvian National Museum of Art. This is like archive for us. And excellent sources of information are a series of publications, a lot of publications that we have seen in the public, especially in recent decades, and whose authors are mostly participants of this conference. Analyzing the activities of the Latvian National Museum of Art over a longer period of time, it can be concluded that many of the questions and issues that we are discussing today in the context of preservation and relocation of cultural heritage, those issues have been on the museum's agenda already for decades. Those issues are not only theoretical, they are closely related to the museum's daily work, professional responsibility, and institutional memory. The current Latvian National Museum of Art was historically formed by the merging of two important institutions. The Riga City Art Museum, established in 1905 on Krišjāņa Valdemāra Street, at that time it was Nikolai Street, and the museum, a state art museum, founded in 1920 in the Riga Castle. The very process of merging those institutions, combining collections, was done during the Soviet time. There were collections with different ownership, different management traditions, and also documentation systems, and it created preconditions for a series of problematic situations that have persisted in various forms up to today. Museum professionals often have to deal with issues that have their roots more than 100 years ago. Sometimes it is, for example, incomplete information about the origin of the objects. At other times, it's unclear ownership aspects or missing documentation. In such cases, history becomes not only an object of research, but also a practical challenge in the work of the museum. The course of history has clearly demonstrated the importance of orderly documentation and consistent recording of all processes. Every unanswered question, unfinished process, insufficiently documented decision can become the basis of different interpretations and legal uncertainties in the future. Therefore, in the professional practice of the museums, it is particularly important to ensure that all issues are resolved fully and in timely manner, without leaving unanswered questions to the future generations. In this aspect, research is not only about exploring the past. It is a form of responsibility towards the cultural heritage, society, and history. each identified stage of an object's movement, each clarified fact of ownership, and each recovered cultural value strengthens the credibility of museums and helps to restore historical justice. Our experience shows that preserving cultural values is not only a technical or administrative task. This is also an ethical choice and professional duty. And in this process, museums become intermediaries between the past and the future, between the experience of loss and also possibilities of restored cultural memory. This is why research and restitution nowadays are taking an increasingly important place on the international agenda of museums, demonstrating the ability of museums not only to preserve history, but also to actively participate in shaping its understanding. In the context of the Latvian National Museum of Art, this issue is vividly illustrated by the fate of so-called Brederlo collection. It was one of the most important art collections in the Baltic region. And although the largest and the most valuable part of it is still held in the collection of the Latvian National Museum of Art, the legal status of the collection and ownership issues are still subject to conflicting interpretations. The disputes arising from the clash of different views have not been resolved legally so far. Currently, both parties involved, represented by the Latvian Ministry of Culture and Latvian National Museum of Art, as well as the community of heirs of the Zeigbush family. Already for several years, both parties have been engaged in the negotiations and exchanges of views, and that has not yielded any results so far. Rather, it deepened the gap between the parties. The beginning of this story can be traced back to the past in 1852, when Riga citizen and Council of Riga, Wilhelm Brederlo, together with his wife, Anna Julian Brederlo Bastardi, drew up a will. And the fifth clause stated, I'm quoting, "The aforementioned collection of paintings in our house shouldn't be divided by our descendants, but it should be kept in its current location in the full extent as it has been transferred to them. However, in the event that none of the descendants mentioned in the clause 4, because it's quite a long will, so if none of the descendants of our daughters mentioned in the fourth point wouldn't want to undertake the maintenance, it should be transferred to the city of Riga free of charge. And if the city is unable or unwilling to provide a guaranteed suitable place for this purpose, the last owner of the heir is free to sell the painting collection for their own benefit." So this is quite complicated here. And after the construction of the Riga City Art Museum building in 1905, the collection found its place there. Still, one of the most complex issues in the history of Latvian museums is the determination of ownership of cultural assets, because changes of political regimes have repeatedly had a significant impact on the legal status of property, creating situations in which the original ownership rights were ignored or lost their legal force. The situation of Latvia's cultural heritage was also significantly influenced by the political events in Europe and also in Latvia. After the conclusion of the Molotov-Ribbentrop Pact and the departure of the Baltic Germans, a large-scale relocation of cultural objects began. The treaty prohibited exporting of art objects related to the history of Latvian culture, as well as the items owned by the museums. However, practical control over compliance with these norms was limited, and some cultural objects were taken outside of the country's territory or ended up in a legally uncertain status. The processes were regulated by the treaty between Latvia and Germany of October 30th, 1939, on the transfer of Latvian citizens of German nationality to Germany, which also applied to the Brederlo collection. And additional complications in this matter were caused by the law on the amendment of the Brederlaw Will, proclaimed and issued on April 16, 1940, issued by the President of the state and Prime Minister Kārlis Ulmans. So this was the case where the state actually intervened in the area of private rights. As a result of subsequent occupation and war, museum collections were evacuated, often in emergency conditions and without full documentation. Although the official purpose of these measures was to preserve cultural values, some items disappeared, some were misappropriated or were later no longer identified. During World War II, cultural assets often were considered as war trophies. Both Nazi Germany and the Soviet Union systematically relocated and appropriated cultural objects. There is also a story of particular work of arts, and it's also closely linked to the fate of Brederlaw collection. We already heard it from our colleague Baiba Vanaga. In 1942, the German local government, represented by Hudro Vitrok, was presented a so-called Kerkling altar to the city of Lübeck as a, I'm quoting, sign of sympathy for the devastation of Lübeck, end of quote. This work was one of the most significant exhibits in the Brederlaw collection. During the session yesterday, Baiba Vanaga in detail explained this case and also notions. The example of Kerkling altar raises the question about the definition of looting, war looting, and understanding what it is, and also possibilities of returning cultural objects. Restitution nowadays is one of the most complex tools for managing cultural heritage today, because it combines legal, political, and ethical aspects. In practice, restitution processes are often hampered by the lack of documentation and unclear proof of ownership. Therefore, international cooperation and unified regulatory framework are of particular importance. The issues related to Brederlaw collection as a whole, as well as separate episode of the Lübeck's gift, are still awaiting resolution, and only time will tell what legally acceptable path will be chosen. Definitely, it's also going to be the choice of politicians, because this is a conflict that has to be resolved internationally. The work of museum professionals played a crucial role in preserving cultural heritage. In the history of Latvian museums in general, and especially in relation to the art museums, the role of museum employee Mērija Grīnberga is very important, how she organized evacuation of museum collections. And evacuation processes took place under conditions of limited resources, difficult transportation conditions, and constant military threat. Although a significant part of the collections was preserved, several items were lost or damaged during transportation. Insufficient documentation later significantly complicated the identification and inventory of museum collections. Practice shows, and I'm convinced that it's like that any relocation poses a significant risk to the further preservation of museum assets. I eagerly await, and also with a great interest, await the paper submitted by Jānis Kalnačs, which, as I can see from the topic, will provide the new information in this complicated story. Because 263 objects traveled this way. So let us await his presentation. And now we will also cover another issues that we have faced in our agenda. As early as the second half of the 1930s, but especially during the occupation, museum items were regularly deposited with various state institutions. Although legally they retained the status of museum property, actual control over their location was often insufficient. As a result of institutional reorganizations, many items disappeared or were damaged or were abandoned to their fate and didn't return to the museums. A special situation in this area arose in the post-war years, when in Riga and also in other Latvian cities, as residents fled, a significant number of cultural, historical, and art objects remained in empty apartments. Often they were looted. This process has been analyzed in detail by Jānis Kalnačs, whom I mentioned already, who has accurately and relatively passionately described the handling of the large number of abandoned works of art. There is a huge information, and this research, in my opinion, is so significant, so important, that this is a proof how these papers actually have to look like, and this research have to look like. Some of the art assets were collected centrally, entrusting this function to the finance departments of the respective districts. For example, the central district financial department at that time was called like Stalin's financial department. And it was the time when a significant amount of so-called ownerless property came, and it was collected from abandoned properties. The Historical Museum of the Latvian Soviet Republic, now the National History Museum of Latvia, for a long time became a place where those items were accumulated. And yesterday we were listening to Annette Meinert and her amazing story about this period and how it all happened. And this is a special deposit or not. All these special collections we had in all museums, but very often we didn't call them like main collection. It was like additional collection where we included those works. And so if we talk about the National History Museum of Latvia, gradually, with the involvement of experts, the items were sorted, selecting works of arts to supplement the museum's collections. Some of the exhibits, so-called less valuable ones, were transferred for sales, but individual items, as ideologically inappropriate, were also destroyed. And all the time, after the war, in the first years, all the time, those items from the Museum of History were transferred to the Museum of Art by assessing them. And one of the largest events happened in 1949, 10th of March, when 200 items were transferred. So here we can see that continuously there was a movement of these art objects between museums during those after-war years, and also between apartments and all the surroundings where we were able to obtain those works of art, and also between museums. And that the fact that there is a document saying that from the Museum of History something was transferred to the Museum of Art, it actually doesn't mean that really all these items can be found at the Museum of Art. Because again, there could be, in parallel, there could be some kind of assessments, and suddenly those works disappear somewhere, and it's very hard to follow and to be able to find these where those objects could be situated. So the origin of these items in many cases was not properly documented, creating long-standing problems in provenance research and later also in restitution processes. During the Soviet period, these issues were not given sufficient attention because priority was given to the ideological functions of museums rather than to the study of the history or ownership and origin of objects. A large number of works of art remained in buildings and properties that were converted into public institutions and agencies after the war. For example, the press magnate house building on Krišjāņa Barona Street became the home for the Writers and Artists Union in the Latvian Soviet Republic. In 1954, the State Museum of Latvian and Russian Art, now the Latvian National Museum of Art, received one of the most paintings by Vilhelms Purvīts from the Writers' Union. This symbolistic masterpiece, Winter, painted in 1910. And I must tell the truth. The story of this painting actually didn't end there, but it had a beautiful continuation. After the restoration of Latvia's independence, the heirs of the Benjamiņš family, they regained, got back several family properties, many properties, quite a lot of them. And the Latvian National Museum of Art and the heirs, we established a cooperation based on mutual trust and respect. And instead of seeking legal action to demand the return of the painting, which they were entitled to, because it was a clear evidence that the painting really, in a certain period of time, it was their property. Johanna Benjamiņa, she also made a symbolically significant gesture on behalf of herself and late husband, Juris Benjamiņš. She donated Purvītis painting to the Latvian National Museum. At that time, it was State Art Museum. And therefore, she secured the place of this painting in the public collection. And you could say, what kind of gesture it was? What was it? It legally wasn't precise and clear. And actually, the painting was, at that time, the property of the state. But this gesture actually determined a lot, and those people who did it, and I will talk about another case as well, and those people really with huge generosity and kindness. And I would say also there was this feeling of mission, this sense of mission, and they made this step. And so this piece of art we have exhibited also in Orsay Museum in Paris. And this is one of the most important paintings from those time, this symbolism time. A different story is related to the collection of artworks of the sculptor and director of the State Art Museum, Burkards Dzenis. Dzenis had built a small private art collection, which he, in August 1944, when he fled with the family, he left this in the museum. He managed during the dramatic historical events, so he left it in the State History Museum. And after the Second World War, ignoring private property rights, a large-scale reorganization of the art museums was carried out. It was started in the 1940, and it was continued when the Soviet occupation continued. All Latvian art was concentrated in the main building of the current museum, while also preserving and expanding the Russian art collection. And so there was ideological emphasis on that. In turn, the works that were classified as foreign art were moved to Riga Castle, where the Museum of Foreign Art was established. The artworks deposited by Burkards Dzenis were included in the museum's core collection in 1947 and 1957. During the restoration of Latvia's independence in the early 1990s, the youngest son of Burkhards Dzenis, whose name is Artis Dzenis, arrived at the museum from Hamburg with his wife. And they were interested in the fate of their father's collection and its location. Subsequent meetings took place in a constructive and mutually beneficial atmosphere. It was important for Artis Dzenis to make sure that the most of the father's deposit was preserved in the museum collections, and it is accessible to researchers and the public, and that several works were regularly displayed in exhibitions. As a result of the negotiations on September 10th, 1993, Artis Dzenis, on behalf of himself and his sister Aina Putniņa, also did a deed of gift and transferred 35 works of art to the museum. So this case confirms that complex ownership issues can also be resolved on the basis of trust, dialogue, and mutual respect. And here, just a couple of paintings from this collection. Here we can see Vilhelms Purvītis, that was owned by also artist Vilhelms Dzenis, and this is Valdemārs Markos at the beginning of the 20th century, Jānis Roberts Tilbergs, the Burkhards Dzenis and his wife portrait. And now we have come to the last part of my presentation, because there is a special story how we have to that is related to Julijs Feders and the recovery of his painting. And this is a happy story, and I must say that we don't have so many such happy stories. Julijs Feders painting, a seashore near Oro in Estonia, and return of it to the collection or to the Latvian National Museum of Art. This is a significant example of research and recovery practice in Latvia. And here we can see that also it was just by a little bit by accident that promoted and moved forward a couple of things. And if we talk about Riga City Art Museum, so the painting came to the museum's collection in 1908 as a purchase from the author. The author died a little bit later, and just shortly before his death, Wilhelm Sneymanis purchased this painting by Julijs Feders. And this is also confirmed by the entry in the inventory book of the Riga City Arts with inventory number 249. This work is also mentioned in the 1918 catalogue of the museum's collection and later reproduced in Jānis Siliņš publication Latvian Arts, 1800 till 1914, which was published in Stockholm in 1979. But reproduction, black and white reproduction, and where it's situated, it wasn't known. And archive documents proved and showed that on August 5th, 1941, the German occupation administration took 15 paintings from the museum, and this respective work of Feders was also between them. The document was signed by aforementioned Hugo Witrok, who at that time was Riga District Commissioner and also the chief of the occupation. Most of the works that were listed never returned to the museum's collection, also this one. The next information about the painting was obtained only in 2010. So a long time passed for us to continue discussing about this. And here was this coincidence that in 2010, the Latvian National Museum of Art received from the Classical Art Gallery Antonia, owner Norbert Sarmuls, the information about the possible location of the work, artwork in Sweden. After the initial identification, an examination of the archive documents and technical expertise was carried out, which confirmed the connection with the museum property that was disappeared during the war. And the owner of this painting, who became this owner of Goodwill, they actually had wanted to sell this painting and wanted to do it in Latvia. Because I must say that in Sweden, of course, there wasn't a high interest in this author. And during the process, the museum was involved, and the museum was super happy that this artwork has come up, and we considered that it's lost forever and we would never find it. So we were so happy, and we started thinking how to solve those issues. And so we discussed and made the only logical, correct decision that we turned to the Ministry of Culture. And also the Ministry of Culture was involved, and also the State Inspectorate for the Protection of Cultural Monuments was involved in the process. And in assessing the case, the European Union legislation was involved about the return of illicitly removed cultural objects, including Directive 93/7/EC. And the Inspectorate concluded and started communicating. So analyzing all the documents and materials, it was concluded that the artwork can be considered as illegally removed cultural object. And so they gave recommendations for the further activities. Of course, there are two ways how to solve it, and those ways are either we agree during negotiations about something, or there is a court case. Because the owner claims that he had no idea about the origin of the work, and they received this as heritage at that moment. It's a quite young person, and they didn't know anything. And this directive stipulates, and also the legislation stipulates, that he is a beneficiary, goodwill beneficiary, and they can receive some kind of compensation for this, part of compensation. And the Inspectorate recommended, and also directive recommends, to start negotiations, to use negotiations as the only one possible solution at that moment. And then we followed those recommendations, and an agreement was reached with the painting's bona fide possessor. The work of art was transferred to the museum, and the possessor received compensation for the funds invested in preserving the painting. And the agreement provided for a cost of 2,000 euros, and also the documents were signed about transferring this artwork. It was signed on November 29th, 2010. And it was interesting when we agreed on those 2,000. Then we compared what is the average price if Julius Feder's artworks are sold in the Latvian art market. And the average price for Julius Feder's works at that time was very high, because the average price was about 29,000. And as we agreed about those 2,000, so it we could consider as kind of nothing, almost nothing. And the inspectorate, the Monuments Protection Inspectorate, they gave us consent that these negotiations were very successful, and this type of solution can be supported, and we can act like that. And so, in January 2011, we informed the public about. There was a very, very loud campaign and a lot of noise. We informed the public about the return of this very important return of the painting and gift. And how happy was the owner of the art gallery who actually lost the deal. History is quiet about it, but actually he also received his part of publication and his popularity, and he was in all ways classified as a positive hero in this. So this case clearly demonstrates the importance of this possible research and cooperation, and that all the issues can be solved. But listening yesterday to the papers and presentations and participating in this work, I was shocked a little bit, and also I was in horror a little bit how much we had lost, like the museums in Latvia, how much they have lost during the World War II and also during all the occupations, how much we have lost, because the losses of the art museum, it's approximate number. This is not very precise, but it's from 80 to 100, 80 to 100 is the amount of objects that we have lost. But all together in the territory of Latvia, it is a huge, huge number, huge losses that we heard about yesterday. And during so with conclusions, I could say that the events of the Second World War and the occupation period had long-lasting consequences for the collections of Latvian museums, the impact of which persists to this day. The relocation, dispossession, wartime looting, and insufficient documentation of cultural assets have significantly affected the ability of museums to reconstruct the origin of objects and the history of ownership. Provenance research has become one of the most important areas of museum research, as it creates prerequisites for the implementation of restitution processes and the strengthening of the legal protection of cultural heritage. The case of recovery of the painting by Julius Feder proves that even after several decades, it is possible to identify and return cultural values to the museum collections. At the same time, it demonstrates that successful restitution is based on professional research, interinstitutional cooperation, and application of balanced legal solutions. The experience of the Latvian National Museum of Art confirms the need to continue systematic research into the origin of cultural values, to improve the documentation of collections, and to strengthen international cooperation in the field of cultural heritage. At the same time, it shows that the management of a cultural heritage is not only the application of legal norms, but also a matter of society's historical memory, professional responsibility, and ethical conduct. Thank you very much.
Thank you very much for the presentation. And I think that there will be some questions in the audience. Jautājumi var arī latviski uzdot? Then I have one question. As you already have gone through this restitution process, then maybe you can tell more about the challenges, the legal challenges about this process. Tad par tiem legālajiem izaicinājumiem un ceļiem saistībā ar restitūciju. Ko jūs ieteiktu mums?
What would be your suggestion to us, others, and how much should the ministry get involved? Thank you for your question. Answering it, the more similar processes there will be, the cleverer we will become, because it's not simple. It is not simple, and we have always to involve legal professionals. This Federer's case we solved without the involvement of legal professionals. I wanted to tell you about a positive case, but at the same time, just some years ago, we had a case when in the art market another work appeared, a work belonging to the collection of Riga City Museum. And in that case also we tried to initiate a process. Unfortunately, it did not result positively, and that piece of art was sold immediately, and we were we lost it. And taking into account that the work got purchased by a private owner, a prestigious, well-known owner, and we were promised that we will be able to rent it at any time we need for exhibitions. So that's why we didn't initiate litigation. But actually, I believe that such cases should be legally resolved through litigation. And it is not indeed simple, and it's not easy. It is case-by-case approach, and the further we go away from it, the longer the time passes from the initial exchange of hands, the more difficult it is to gather evidence. That's why I cannot stress enough that we need in documentation. There will never be too much documentation. One thing is some hints or mentioning in some diaries. We spoke yesterday about Jānis Sudmalis diaries, and that was extremely interesting. But besides these diaries or any other letters, there should be documents that indicate the ownership. Thank you.
Ask, do you have another side of or direction of a restitution from a hears of a person whose property was appropriated or taken from the empty apartment for those who fled from the war? Because we have several cases in Art Museum of Estonia, and with two of them we are in court, because not all of the members of the family are on the same page. Some need a restitution, and other side of a family support giving works to museum, and we all are fighting in legal institution. That is quite difficult.
Paldies, Aleksandra, par jautājumu.
Thank you, Alexander, for your question. We also have indeed such cases. Not everyone is happy when a painting is handed over to or donated to a museum, and not for everyone. This symbolic gesture is important. In my practice, I have encountered also cases that was in 1990s. For us, Eastern Bloc countries were the years of wide possibilities, and also for acting as people wanted, because you could do everything that was not prohibited, the times of Wild West. And I had a case when one lady came to the museum telling that their family owned a beautiful painting by Vilhelm Spurvītis. You understand, there is always something around Vilhelm Spurvītis. So she said that the work that is still in our museum belonged to their family, and that is their property and they want it back. However, at that moment, I was in full mood of a museum employee. I understood that that is one of the most beautiful works by Purvītis. We all the time have to sit on two chairs. We want to act according to the legislation, to be just, to be humane against heirs, but at the same time we want to retain these works in the museum. And I asked, what proof do you have? Of course, there were cases when some paintings were taken from apartments. In many cases, there are specific notes from which apartment paintings were taken by the special committee. So I asked her, how can you prove? She said, there is a magazine with Atpūta, famous magazine during those times, with a cover having this painting on the cover in the interior of the apartment. And I responded, but maybe until 1940 you already sold that painting. How can you prove that in 1940 that painting was taken from your apartment? And they could not prove it. So they did not initiate any litigation. However, because maybe I am no longer a museum employee, but I can tell you and I can admit that indeed I have committed this act. I made an assumption for the benefit of the museum. These are indeed also very emotionally difficult cases. Yes, indeed, two opposite ideas. What others want from museums and what we want from for our museums.
Quickly move on. And our next speaker is a historian at the Latvian War Museum. And she is tackling questions about war every single day. But her presentation now will be about the inner reflection of the museum and the consequences of the Second World War on the Latvian War Museum. And Barba Ekmane, floor is yours.
Paldies! Sveicināti konferences otrajā dienā.
Thank you. Hello, everyone. As Katrina just announced, my topic is the fate of objects of the collection of the Latvian War Museum. Which collection after liquidation in 1940 is still the part of our collection when it was restored 1990. The Second World War and the decision of two authorities of the occupying powers have affected the work of and collection of many Latvian museums. Among the museums that were particularly harshly impacted was the War Museum. We started our work during First World War in 1916, so we celebrate 110th anniversary as the Museum of Riflemen, and afterwards it kept its work with a purpose to preserve evidence and show the struggle of Latvian people for freedom. With the beginning of Soviet occupation in summer 1940, museum came under the strict supervision of new power. Although initially occupying power planned to continue the operation of the museum, of course ideologically adapted to the new political situation, in spring 1940, the museum was completed. A short time later, a factual liquidation started. In the photography, you can see when the powder tower still has the old entry, but in the side you can see the new building, how the museum grows physically. Today my task is to describe what happened with collection of War Museum during its liquidation and shortly after, and what can be found in the collection today, when it was restored in 1990. In the context of modern events, I would also like to address the question, what makes it difficult to identify the objects in the collection and why there are objects whose belonging to the collection of the War Museum we can guess, but we can never be truly sure. So, while a bureaucratic preparation for the closure of the museum was taking place, its collection was still supplemented with gifts from private persons as well as from units of Latvian Guards organizations and Latvian army material, including Oskars Kalpaks and Colonel Friedrichs Briedis war orders, as well as from Latvian army units, albums, unit flags, paintings, cup prizes received as gifts on anniversaries, also other memorabilia, including many out of those that I've mentioned made out of silver. If we take 17th of June 1940, the day out of occupation, it takes taking it as a reference point, entries in the books are 1,855, but actually there can be more. On the 10th of January 41, the largest number of items has entries in the journal, almost 15,000. Amongst the last entries in the inventory book of the War Museum are the swords of officer of the Latvian armor donated to the museum by the last two heads of the War Museum, Colonel Lieutenant Kārlis Zīverts and Alfreds Dzenis. On the 28th of October 1940, the Commission for the Liquidation of the Latvian People's Army War Museum, as the institution of the Ministry of War, took decision for final liquidation of War Museum and its collection, approximately 70,000 units, to dispose to People's Commissionary and free the premises. In November, a transfer of museum's collection started to Stock Exchange House, and in 15th of January 1941, the museum ceased to exist. And what happened to the collection in 1941? Initially, the entire collection of War Museum was received by the Museum of Revolution, intended location of its House of Stock Exchange. Museum wanted to sort the exhibits and to take what's necessary. After analyzing 1,773 entries in the inventory book, and also using the previous inventory books, we have to conclude that in the new collection, out of those, more than 4,000 units, more than 3,000 units were taken over from the War Museum. Basically, those were press publications and propaganda materials corresponding to the policy of Soviet occupation power. Related to Bolshevik activities in 1917 and 1918. Amongst the items collected, there are no photographies and no objects. By order of the Department of the Protection of Museum and Monuments on February the 10th, 1941, the other items of the collection from War Museum should be handed over to the museum dedicated to study of the motherland. Information about this takeover is no longer there. They were destroyed during the night by the fire during the night of 29th of June. Estimates say that majority of the collection was lost during the fire, although there are rumors that some Red Army soldiers looted most of the artifacts before the fire, because this former museum employee told this story by observing the debris of the fire, that the boxes were not there. Undetectable amount of objects in the collection of the War Museum during the first Soviet occupation of Latvia and during years of German occupation came under management of other Latvian museums. We can find, for example, the review of the Museum of Revolution, which says that some collection materials are sorted, taken over, or passed to other museums without specification to which museums. With the beginning of German attack on the Soviet Union and Latvia falling in the hands of Germans, the new management of the museum decided that everything that was left from the War Museum should be passed to State History Museum. From the Museum of Revolution and Museum of the Study of Motherland. After the war, the museum employees, out of the debris, could find 550 units, 200 13 identifiable objects and 300 weapons, as well as 25 parts and fragments of armor. The further faith of these objects at the end of the Second World War was related to the rest of the collection of the current Latvian National History Museum. What has become part of the museum's collection, which was restored in 1990? The path of historical evidence to the collection and the characteristic. The most significant direction of work within the framework of study was to collect information about the objects, and this work was based on analysis of the documentation of the collection and examination of objects. These items have come to the collection of Latvian War Museum in different ways and in different times. First option, some of these items in the collection were preserved already in the museum of the Revolution, and on the basis of which War Museum was restored in 1990. Not all of it was included in the collection of Museum of Revolution. However, physically it was preserved, and this was the human factor. For example, many document packages, at least 260 units, including, for example, a folder entitled Operational Articles of the Latvian Separate Brigade. Several dozen units of the collection of documents of the War Museum were included in the collection of Revolution and survived the cleansing of museum according to ideological requirements. At the moment, we can safely include at least 50 documents from the time of Latvian War of Independence. The determination of exact number is hampered by the lack of signature of the War Museum, since there are documents that could potentially have come from the collection of the War Museum. Part of it was handed over by History Museum to the Revolution Museum with a cover letter. One of the cover letter says, found in the collection of the bourgeois Latvian War Museum. And amongst those, you can see, for example, this sign. We can mention 4 photography albums, and one of them in 1917 war album made by Colonel Bebris, and all of those albums were amongst the collection of the War Museum. There are also separate photographies with signatures and without signatures. That's why we can partially identify them as coming from the original War Museum. Approximately 120 photographies, most likely in the collection of War Museum, was stored in the Museum of Revolution. And they were taken by War Museum in early 90s as found, and with a note found in the existing collection. This is one of the photographies, soldiers in Jelgava. In December 1941, the map collection of the Revolution Museum, with inventory numbers ranging from 3 to 25, There are about 200 maps and schemes. Official number of units, however, is 33 units, but some of them have several pages with unique inventory numbers. And here we can see on the top of the map this unique inventory number of the War Museum that is still preserved as signature. As the origin, there is an indication from the archive of the War Museum. Most of those maps have signature of War Museum. Part of them relate to the period of Latvian War of Independence. They have been issued by headquarters of Command-in-Chief of the Army, and they reflect position of Latvian Army and the enemy army. And they have been passed over soon after the War of Independence in early 20s. In addition, one can mention the maps issued in the Russian Empire and German Empire during the First World War, reflecting territories of Latvia and neighboring countries. Amongst those, there is a road map of the Asian part of Russian Empire issued in 1908, which with the route of movement of Latvian Liberation Battalion or Troitska Battalion is outlined. I would like to mention these postcard collections, historic postcards, 196. Most of them have been issued during the First World War with propaganda character, including this one, which you can see. There is special inscription, several numbers, allowing us to speak in other specificity of a War Museum collection. During the first years of after war, in Revolution Museum, there was one collection made with Roman numeral X or 10. In later years, part of it was readmitted in the collection of the Museum of Revolution with the cipher F, as you can see in this example. But others were not officially invented, however physically retained, including historical postcards that previously belonged to the collection of the War Museum, including this one, Column Drives Through Jelgava. And here you can see again different cipher numbers. The second group is books and separate press publications related to one, unfortunately not preserved, enactment of the Museum of Revolution. Enactment 15 AD, dated on 16th of August 1952, information about what is included in it can be obtained only from the inventory book, where unfortunately it is not indicated from whom this object was accepted. In total, there are 157 items included in the stock, with numbers from 324 to 481. Amongst them, identifiable publications from War Museum or library can be found. The printed stamps indicate that at least part of them originally ended up in the Library of Revolution. Basically, those are books published in early 20th century on military history and martial arts, also on First World War. Amongst those, we can mention editions Kārlis Kautsks, Social Instincts at Animals and People. And the title contains stamps confirming that this edition traveled between Library of Ministry of War, Army's Officers Club, and War Museum. Also, an album an album on atrocities of enemies in photographs, as well as an album issued in Petrograd, the first government of Free Russia, and there were war exhibits, as well as Society for Care of Homeless Children. Interestingly, that at the beginning, this book contained a portrait of Nikolai the Second. Most likely, it was placed upside down, since the annotation is also printed upside down. The third group is a collection of objects, 420. 6 out of those have been excluded later. Usually weapons, soldiers' equipment, uniforms, distinguishing marks, and other similar exhibits. Thematically, these museum objects mostly relate to the First World War and Latvian War of Independence. Thanks to the Estonian colleague, we can see the distinguishing mark of Estonian army soldier. And also in the War Museum, we have items mentioned by Anette Meinarte, flags from the different Latvian rifleman societies and its departments. I have 2 examples here. The part of above described for Latvian public for viewing in the Revolution Museum was placed in the Awakening exhibition. Exhibition's title was Latvia between 1918 and 1945. 695 original items of the collection was exhibited, and the exhibition was opened for 1 whole year. The exhibition included such items as the address of the People's Council of Latvia of November 18, 1918 to the citizens of Latvia, the seal stamps of the Provisional Government of Latvia, also signboard of the Latvian Red Cross Tea House, and other. In contrast to this, the story of the power of the Bolshevik under the leadership of Pēteris Stučka was formed. That was followed by the materials about the fight during the Latvian War of Independence against German forces and the Bermont Army, with various examples. We can see it there. And documents of temporary government. Also on display were photographies of the devastation of Bermont, of Riga and Jelgava, done by Bermont. Telling about the period from 1920 to 1940, various books and press publications were displayed, thus supplementing the topic with photographies and press materials. Special attention was paid to activities of LSDSP and the government and parliament of the Republic of Latvia. Separately, there were posters, postcards, stamps, banknotes, and in final part, the before mentioned flags. A look at the content of this exhibition additionally helps to describe the part of War Museum collection that had come into the position of the Revolutionary Museum. The second way, or the other group of objects from the collection of the War Museum, which is currently stored there, is on the basis of the order from the Ministry of Culture of the Republic of Latvia. The objects recovered from the Latvian National History Museum. Firstly, it consists of former objects of the War Museum, historical objects and weapons transferred to the State History Museum. Typologically, these are weapons, parts of uniform, equipment, personal belongings of soldiers, including self-made ones in front, made out of cartridges, shells, and similar objects. Amongst the first items in the collection, there is Valdemar Vimba's painting, Battle of the Sun, which for a long time was placed in the lobby of the museum. Nowadays, visitors can see a large part of objects thus recovered. Objects from the Latvian War of Independence, like machine telegraph of the steamer Saratov, different insignia, also Cēsis infantry regime school children helmet, also other headwear and different parts of weapons, as well as other objects. Part of the recovered objects are placed in the exposition dedicated to World War I. For example, rings made by soldiers, or a wooden object that makes a sound like a rifle, and that is for disguising the true location of soldiers. This is also a shell used now for donations, and it was made as a vessel for donations already in the previous War Museum, in the old War Museum. Secondly, this is how the largest group of objects recovered in the War Museum collection, the glass negative collection, altogether 6,538 units. Its research from scratch and inclusion of them currently is coming to an end. Then we will be able to include these glass negatives in the photo negative collection, and they provide a high quality illustration and give a big supplement to the range of photographs. The third way concerns certain items from the collection of the War Museum, which the Latvian War Museum has received from private individuals and whose families they had most likely ended up during the process of liquidation of previous War Museum. This is, for example, a photography with the previous inventory number of the old War Museum, and I believe that previous photographies, the photographies of previous War Museum still can be found with private owners. I recently found an entry in Facebook with a photography having this inventory number. Although we have a duplicate of this photo, we are not inclined to recover it. And I made a note that those who know where this photography comes from should give it back. This photography disappeared from Facebook and later on appeared, but without this special inventory number. So I believe the owner quite well knows that it has been acquired not quite in a clean way. So in our collection, there are 3,320 photographies, around 300 documents, 33 maps, 196 postcards, 157 books and press publications, 424 objects, 13 flags, around 4,450 items. From National History Museum, we received 9,681 items. Out of those, 6,000 negatives, altogether 14,000 units. While working on this study, I had to conclude that identification of objects in the collection is full of challenges. First, the problem is connected with specificities of entries of objects in the inventory books, which have survived as documents in scientific archives, because throughout years, different approach for records was applied. Sometimes they were described very accurately, but most of entries are very vague, and some of them contain only 2 words. I will mention 2 examples. The first one that you see on the slide. So, the national flag of Latvia, which suffered all the artillery fire of Bermont in 1919, flattering on the tower of Riga Castle. The first red part of flag is 2 meters and 50 centimeters long, worn down. The white part is 2 meters and 20 centimeters long, vaguely worn, and the second red part is 2 meters long, also worn. Flag, more than 200 cannon shells fired at the flag. Wounded, inverted commas, in 85 places. The second example, just aluminium ring. So, one very broad description, one very short description. Secondly, working with items of the collection in War Museum, I can conclude that not all of them have signature with inventory number, which makes it very difficult to identify, and it makes us to apply very creative methods. For example, sometimes for identifying objects, if we don't have this signature, we used inscriptions or small annotations on objects. 3 employees have made these inscriptions, and we can distinguish them by very peculiar handwriting. Assisting in identification in some cases are photographs from the War Museum that were made during the previous museum, when the museum was located in the Powder Tower in separate building. So you might be surprised that this is how the exposition looked like. For example, this one helped us very much in 2015 to recover posthumous mask of the Knight of the Order of War of Large Places, Elsa Živgele. This mask was noticed in the photo by one of the researchers who worked on posthumous masks, and she has found this mask amongst unregistered ones. So not only the mask, but also a glass box was retained. And the second example that shows the importance of photography when working with lost works is how we can make replicas. And this is the story of the flag that with the description of the flag that I previously read. So we made a replica of that particular flag, which is now placed in our exposition. It makes us museum employees to think more about how to prevent problems with identification in the future. Very accurate documentation, digitalization of objects, and high-quality marking. Those are our preconditions when working with objects in our collection. In conclusion, or the main conclusion is that it is possible to work with identification of objects both in War Museum and in other memory institutions. For identifications, we can use signature of War Museum or annotations, entries in inventory books, photographies of the previous expositions, takeover lists. Unfortunately, it will never be possible to find out the fate of all the items of the collection, not only for incomplete description or inventory book or lost signature, but because it is not possible to find out exactly what was lost in fire at the end of 1941 and what happened to other object groups. For example, requirement of Leningrad Museum to give part of the collection to them, or other recoveries or other recoveries. And I'm not going to talk about that. The travel of the objects actually happened due to both occupying powers. Now we have information about 14,000 items of the collection, which is about 1/5 of the collection of whole items. Since this is the first study devoted to identifying the fate of objects, the work should continue. In cooperation with other institutions, it is possible to remind the public about the collection of the War Museum that was destroyed during the Soviet occupation, and to promote the exhibits, inviting public to get acquainted with the work of researchers, inviting to visit our museum as well as archives, history museum, Riga History and Shipping Museum, and others. Thinking about the future, I would like to speak about a project, and I would like to outline the perspective. Maybe we can digitalize collections that are located in several memory institutions, and maybe we can find the best place for each item where they will be exhibited, especially if these objects need restoration that a current holder cannot do on their own, so we should cooperate. Thank you.
Thank you, Barba, for this interesting story about the museum that we almost lost, but we returned back to it, and now it's like a phoenix that has come back. Maybe there are some questions in the audience? Vai ir kādi jautājumi?
Par armijas štābu biblioteku.
About the Army Headquarters Library, do you have any items or not? I cannot answer precisely. Rather, among those books, there is any, but as a set, and we don't have like a collection. This is important question because during the World War II, during Nazi time, we received a huge collection from the army headquarters. But unfortunately, after the order from the Nazi army, it was taken away for destruction, kind of. But I hope very much that something is left in your place, maybe our place. But we need to pay attention because theoretically, it seems that it's destructed. This library, actually, the story is a little bit longer into the past because a large part of the books initially was in the collection of the War Museum. And then later it was taken out of the War Museum and sent to the army headquarters. And later again back to the museum. So it is movements and transitioning during different times. And it is clear that large part of the documents that used to be part of the museum, many of them are in the archives, the War Museum Fund. People think that this is about the institution, but actually the most documents are not related to the institution, but the documents from the War Museum.
Skip most of the questions because we are 30 minutes behind our schedule. So we will proceed with the next speaker. But if you have any questions, you can contact the speakers directly, or for the ones that are here in person, we can talk during the lunch. And our next story is about a museum that no longer exists as an independent museum, but this museum's collections are found in actually Latvijas National Museum of History. So I would like to invite a leading researcher from this museum, archaeologist Ingrīda Līga Virse, and she will be talking about Kurland Provincial Museum.
I'm very happy to be here on the second day of the conference, and I'll be happy to tell about the items from the Kurland Provincial Museum in the collection of the National History Museum. The Kurland Literature and Art Society, established in 1815, and also the museum, was still the product of the ideas of Enlightenment and the Enlightenment era. The society's goal was extensive educational work, also assuming the role of Latvian teachers and educators. But the establishment of the museum was a natural step towards achieving this goal. It is difficult to overestimate the role of both the society and the museum in the cultural and historical landscape of Latvia. But precisely the fate of the museum makes us think about the attitude towards our cultural heritage's preservation and appreciation today. The Kurland Provincial Museum was liquidated, but fragments of the collection can be now found in many Latvian and foreign memory institutions. Also, in the National History Museum of Latvia, a relatively small but culturally and historically significant part of the total number of units in the collection of archaeology, ethnography, and history is made up of a set of objects that once belonged to the Kurland Provincial Museum. Unlike the collection of archaeological objects, in the collections of ethnographic and historical objects, the objects of the Kurland Provincial Museum have never been separated as a separate part of the collection. Until now, In most cases, it was not known for sure how and why they ended up in the National History Museum of Latvia. And therefore, the objectives of this study is to record the current situation in the Latvian National Museum regarding the former items of the Kurland Provincial Museum collections. Second, to find out when and how they arrived at the National History Museum of Latvia. And number three, it's kind of quite impossible, but still, to try to identify other possible Kurzem Provincial Museums in the collections of the History Department at Ethnography Division of the National History Museum of Latvia. I'm not talking about archaeological collection, because in this case, the most part of the work has already been done. The most important parts or the most important source of information for identifying tracking their movement is documents. And it was said before. So those are collection books, deposit acts, orders, protocols, and so on. Ģedarts Ellis Jelgava History and Art Museum holds the collection books or catalogs of the Kurzeme Provincial Museum. And there is a list of archaeological antiquities, list of ethnographic objects, and also other collections. According to the records from the late 1930s and to the 1940s, it is understood that there could be at least one more such volume, number 8, which hasn't been preserved up to date. These collection books contain information about the objects themselves, about the time when they arrived at the museum, as well as location of the finds for archaeological antiquities and the name of donors or depositors. But very often the records are quite sparse, which makes it very difficult to identify the items. The next group of sources are various documents related to the operation of the museums. Acceptance of items into the collection, the deposit or transfer of collections and individual items to one or another museum. Unfortunately, even though there are quite considerable volume of documents, the information is often fragmentary, making it impossible to trace all the processes. Very important in the study of the history of the museum's collections are documents related to the activities of various state institutions. These sources also are supplemented by the published minutes of the meetings of the Kurzeme Literature and Art Society, which records the items donated to the museum. Also, the content of the exhibits, display cases, cabinets, and drawers are described both in the 1986 Cultural History Exhibition Catalog and also exhibition guides published in 1916. Also important it is to talk about photographs of the collections and interiors that are were kept at Kurzeme Provincial Museum. In 1898, according to the design of architect Wilhelms Neimans, a new building specifically for the museum was built in Jelgava, where collections were placed, and there was also a conservation workshop, library, and meeting room. Throughout the museum's existence, the formation of collections was primarily based on donations from society members and the public. The exhibits being purchased much less frequently. And in the protocols, we can read from almost every meeting that items were donated to the museum. Coins, archaeological artifacts, historical documents, paintings, sculptures, books, minerals, ethnographic objects, animal pelts, strange objects, and so on. So it can be said that Kurland Provincial Museum's collection was formed relatively spontaneously. Looking at this very diverse collection, also in the newspaper Daugava, Visvaldis Piņģerots was pointing out at this situation. He said that this museum seems to be one of the most strange, not only in Latvia, but also in all Europe. However, it is undeniable that by 1939, when the museum was liquidated by the decision of the Minister of Public Affairs, Alfreds Bērziņš, it had accumulated significant collections of history, art, and natural sciences important for Kurzem and Latvia. The attitude of Latvian state institution, the Monuments Board, the Ministry of Education and the Ministry of Public Affairs towards Baltic German societies and the museums created by them was rather intolerant and dismissive. The Monuments Board repeatedly approached the Ministry of Education with a recommendation to take over the Kurland Provincial Museum under state management. In 1935, a proposal was made to establish a Jelgava branch of the State Historical Museum. And in its collection include also the Kurland Provincial Museum collections. The Jelgava branch was established in 1937 in April, and as a director was appointed archaeologist Eduards Sturms. Since that time, since 1937, it was a beginning of the division and relocation of the Kurland Provincial Museum collections. On November 4th, 1939, the Kurzem Literature and Art Society and the Kurzem Provincial Museum was liquidated, and the first also items were sent to it. And when this museum was liquidated, the collections became the property of the Latvian state. According to the agreement about Latvian Germans moving back to Germany, the Latvian German Parliamentary Commission began its work. And the purpose of it was to evaluate and decide on the removal of cultural and historical objects, archives and collections from Latvia to Germany. Talking about some items under the state defense. So in the protocol, it's written about some, and so it meant cultural historic values, about possible moving to Germany, and it was the head of this commission, Francis Balodis, who actually reported it. And we are talking not only about few, but really quite a lot of objects. And at the very end of 1939 and beginning of 1940, the Parliamentary Commission decided on the distribution of the collections. It was done in several meetings. The Monuments Board, representing the state of Latvia, agreed to remove part of the weapons collection. Also part of the collection of paintings, graphics, and sculptures, and also the items from the section Miscellaneous. The distribution of museum items was completed on March 16, 1940, as indicated by the representatives of the Latvian side of the Parliamentary Commission in a letter to the Minister of Education. The letter requests that the collection of artworks of the former Kurzem Provincial Museum will be given to the city Riga. The mineral collection and furniture will be given to the Jelgava Agricultural Academy, and all the other collections still remaining in Latvia to be transferred to National History Museum. With a document dated from February 3rd, 1941, There are enlisted the groups of museum objects, about 4,900 archaeological antiquities, about 100 ethnographic objects, about 1,000 graphic works, 68 portraits of the Dukes of Kurland, etc., which were received by the State Historical Museum, like National History Museum right now. At the end of the document, there is an indication that all the collections, all the items have to stay in Jelgava. During the Second World War, the activities of the museums were significantly curtailed. The German occupation authorities, a couple of days after capture of Riga, in the premises of the City Museum, just a few weeks after it, created and established the German Land Museum. And they selected also items hastily from the State Historical Museum. Niels von Holst was curator of the German Land Museum. And in the Latvian State Archives, there is a collection of the History Museum of the Latvian Soviet Republics, and they have preserved a set of documents relating to August 1941. One of those documents is a list of 10 portraits of the Dukes of Kurland. Other, partially preserved, only a couple of pages, and it is a list of historical portraits by various artists. In both cases, it is believed that this refers to the art collection of the Kurland Provincial Museum that remained in Latvia. But it is not like 100% sure to talk about the part that could stay in Latvia History Museum. Collection of archaeological antiquities. The Kurland Provincial Museum Archaeological Collection Book records about 5,700 antiquities. In the late 1920s and 1930s, the Monuments Board commissions the photographing and drawing of archaeological antiquities of the Kurzeme Provincial Museum. Photo negatives, photographs, and also card index are currently stored at the National History Museum. In 1937, 54 antiquities were transferred to the Jelgava branch of the History Museum. And these were also marked with the entry Staatsmuseum. I couldn't for a long time understand what this note mark would mean, Staatsmuseum, but now it's clear that it is linked, actually 100% sure that it is linked to the creation of Jelgava branch of the State History Museum. So obviously antiquities stayed in Riga because the Jelgava branch, yes, they had premises, but they were not yet available. And right now these antiquities are included in the collection of the Latvian State History Museum. Next time, antiquities from Jelgava or from the Jelgava branch were deposited on the 26th of October 1940. It is believed that it was related to the opening of the new exhibition on November 6, 1940. This exposition was prepared for quite a long time. Of course, there was a change of power, and the museum little rearranged its activities and opened its exposition on November 6. And this time, as it was written by the Lucija Bankina, the head of the archaeological department, a lot of attention was paid to some working tools that illustrated hardships of peasants. There were also deposits of silver and also from Kokmoja deposit. In total, about 500 items. The division of the archaeological antiquities collection of the Kurzeme Provincial Museum continued during the Nazi Germany occupation. In 1943, there was a Viking exhibition held at Dome Museum. were from Jelgava department, the Jelgava branch. 16 antiquities were deposited. But after the exhibition was closed, the antiquities remained in Riga and are currently included in the collection of our museum. With the support of the state institutions of the Soviet occupation authorities, the collection of archaeological objects of the Kurzeme Provincial Museum was also divided after the Second World War. And it was quite weird, because on October the 8th, 1955, the order was issued, and Siliņa, the director of the Jelgava Regional Research Museum, was instructed to transfer 225 archaeological objects and 66 coins for temporary use to the Museum of Medical History of Riga Medical Institute. These artifacts were in no way related to the medicine. So in 1961, the Museum of the History of Medicine returned them not to the Jelgava Regional History Museum, but to the History Museum of the Latvian Soviet Republic. In the transfer acceptance document, the antiquities are indicated with the signatures of the Jelgava Museum, but for some also the old or the previous Kurzeme Provincial Museum collection numbers were recorded. But the story doesn't end with it. In 1963, these antiquities were further divided. A part of them, 148 items, remained in the Archaeology Department of the History Museum of Latvian Soviet Republic, and 51 items are transferred to the ownership of the Jelgava Regional History Museum. Another 13 items, mainly finds from the territory of Lithuania, were returned to Lithuania. Right now, there are 739 archaeological objects from the former Kurzeme Provincial Museum. They are designated as a separate part of the collection with a signature KPM. And next group of the items, ethnographic objects. The Kurzeme Provincial Museum's ethnographic objects are listed in a separate collection book. This is Chapter 5, Ethnographic Collection. There are more than 600 registered items, but considering the marking that are on the items, there were a lot more ethnographic objects. You can see that the list includes more than 4,000, but there are no catalogs or lists that would prove it, and only a small part of all the items stored in the museum were Latvian items, folk costumes, music instruments, and other. The most of them in the collection book have the marking PVM, like History Museum. But it is not clear when this was made. Maybe 1937, when the items were selected for Jelgava, or maybe in 1940, when the new exhibition was prepared. At the same time, for many items that could be linked to the Latvia's ethnography, there is no such marking, and it is not clear why those were not selected. In 1941, February number 3, the document says that the State Historical Museum received 100 ethnographic items from the Kurzeme Provincial Museum. I haven't been able to find evidence when those items were accepted in our collection. So there is a document that they were sent to our museum, but not that we have accepted it. Currently, 35 items from the folk costume collection, which still have the signatures of Kurzeme Museum, can be reliably associated with the Kurzeme Provincial Museum. Most of them can also be seen in the photo of the Kurzeme Provincial Museum exhibition photo taken by Matīs Spluka in 1932. I have the best feelings about these items in my research because here I found something new. For example, the bride's crown that you can see in the center, this is unique. It is a small, cylindrical in shape, decorated with sewn-on glass beads. Until now, it was the only known Zemgale maiden's crown. And the list of items describes that this was typical headdress for the daughters of Augšzeme. But now, in 1822, it is worn in exceptional cases as a bridal ornament. The wreath was donated to the museum in 1822 by Friedrich Wilhelm Wagner, a pastor, cultural worker, and teacher from Nereta. And this wreath also in the catalogue is included with the number 1. In the 1880s, the Kurzeme Provincial Museum for the cultural historical exhibition purchased from Nīca pastor, linguist, and writer Gustavs Brāše, purchased, I'm quoting, a complete Latvian peasant women's costume from Nīca. There are 12 items, garments, aprons, and shoes. And in our History Museum, the Nīca honorary costume set, which only appeared in the 19th century, 1960s, was also sent. Together with other clothing items from Nīca, and also later we acquired items related to the Russians. So those were the prisoners of war from the Baltic Finno-Ugric people who arrived in the territory of Livonia in the mid-15th century. In Zemgale, they lived in the present-day parishes of Vetsaule, Jaunsaule, Brunava, and Ceraukste. A unique testimony about the material culture of so-called Russians is a shirt dating from the late 18th century or early 19th century. Unlike the shirts of Semegalians, it is sewn from a diamond twill woven linen canvas, so it's very beautiful. And the collar and sleeve cuffs are decorated with dense embroidery of colored wool yarn. This ornament reflects the traditions characteristic to the Finno-Ugric peoples. An extremely rare item associated with so-called Russians is a headscarf, sapan. It is made of fine linen canvas decorated with colored yarn embroidery. In addition, similar costume is also shown in August Petzold's drawing. Then later, from the pastor Brāše, there was also white woolen coat with long fringes. Ethnographer Ilze Ziņģīte has classified it as a white scarf characteristic of Zemgale folk costumes that were worn until the mid of 19th century. These two items are not characteristic for Nīca costumes, but why? They were purchased as a united set. And the answer we can find in the life of Pastor Brāše, because most of his life he was serving in Nīca and Rucava parish churches, but 2 years after completing studies, from 1823 till 1825, he was a private tutor in Vetsaule parish in Bauska county. And it is possible that at that time he got this possession of so-called Russian shirt and headscarf of some Gitian wool scarf. Also, items of the Kurzeme Museum in the History Department. By the decision of the Parity Commission of January 8, 1940, in Latvia stayed and was given to the Kurzeme Provincial Museum some portraits, collection of portraits of the Dukes of Kurzeme, noblemen, pastors, works by Baltic and foreign artists, drawings of Latvian castles and manors, and graphic works that remained in Latvia. It is hard to tell what's happened to these works during the World War II. Because it was already discussed that it is so complicated to trace the movement of items if there are no documents. At least a large part of them were in the possession of the State Historical Museum, because in 1941, in August, they were demanded to put in exhibition at the German Land Museum. And if we compare the titles, it seems that part of them, or maybe all of them, could be the ones, those works that stayed in Latvia. As it is written in 1941, August 12th, in the newspaper Deutsche Zeitung in Ostland, in less than 3 weeks after the German army entering Riga, a museum was opened displaying local treasures of German culture. Silverware from the Blackhead Brotherhood Guild cups, treasures from the library of Zaļinieki Manor, as well as paintings by various artists collected from different places. And also I would like to add that sometimes this German museum sometimes is called Riga Louvre. And after the war, some of the collection ended in Riga History and Shipping Museum, some in other repositories, and part also in the current National History Museum of Latvia. Unfortunately, either deliberately or because it was considered unimportant, information about the history of the items or their old collection numbers is rarely provided in the collection books. So also the owner's name is very rarely noted. And even though in Latvia there is a huge collection of graphics and photos and drawings, only some artifacts could be attributed to the Kurland Provincial Museum, only the ones that had the stamp. There are several photos of Vircava and Svete manors and also some graphic works. In our museum, we also have a very important historic object, the oldest city plan of Jelgava city. In 1652, it was drawn by the surveyor Tobias Kraus, and it depicts the Jelgava situation with all the borders of the town, and there used to be also 2 copies of this plan in the museum. The ability to recognize the objects from the Kurzeme Provincial Museum makes it more difficult. That before it was a normal practice that artists by themselves they created several portraits. They were copying themselves or also made copies for the artworks of other painters, and the same also for graphics. One of the examples is that in the collection we have Anton's Klober's engraving, the hermit's dwelling in the forest of Bramberg Manor, which was also in this museum, but in the description it is said that there were 2 of such. Matis Pluka was taking a photo of one of them. The images are very similar, but details are different. So, for example, the framing and also inscription of the graphics. And how these artifacts came to our museum? My assumption is thanks to the Monuments Board assistance in the 1930s, or following a decision by the Parity Commission, or also in the post-war years. Unfortunately, the origin, the provenance was not mentioned and noted down. And then we also have quite a lot of items whose origin is unknown, but potentially they could have come from the Kurzeme Provincial Museum. So this is a field for the future research. Conclusions. So first of all, the Kurzeme Provincial Museum, this very valuable, even so diverse collection, it wasn't preserved as united set, as the united collection. And according to the support and thanks to the support of the state institutions, those collections have been divided, transferred to various memory institutions, partially taken out of Latvia as well as lost during the war. In the National History Museum, the purposeful work of identifying the objects of the Kurzeme Provincial Museum has been carried out only in a part of the collections. So more work with it could give us an opportunity of identifying new artifacts related to the Kurzeme Provincial Museum, and that would also supplement the lost collection of the Lost Museum. Thank you for your attention, and thank you to all the colleagues who helped me to prepare and write this document, this paper. And
this is a wonderful research about museum that no longer exists and cannot advocate for itself. So I'm very, very glad that we had a choice to hear this story. And now we will move to a different country, completely different story. So I welcome Marleen Metslaid from the Estonian National Museum. And she will do a presentation, Our or Foreign, the question of Baltic German cultural heritage in Estonian National Museum during and after the World War II. Please, floor is yours. And just a quick note that we will have lunch a bit later, half an hour later. So, but everything is planned.
So, thank you. There has been much discussion at our conference about the impact of the Second World War on museum collections, how collections disappeared, were forcibly removed from the country, were destroyed or changed hands between institutions. My presentation looks at the topic from a slightly different angle, how a museum collection grew as a result of the war, or to be more precise, the beginning of the war. I will discuss the question of Baltic German cultural heritage during the Umsiedlung in Estonia. Umsiedlung is the resettlement of the Baltic Germans. And I will concentrate on the Estonian National Museum, as I found an archival record containing fascinating correspondence on the subject, acceptance documents and reports by museum representatives from their visits to the homes homes of Baltic Germans. I'm interested in how they interpreted Baltic German cultural heritage, as well as how the Baltic Germans themselves viewed their belongings in relation with Estonian state. I will first give a quick overview of how the Baltic Germans were treated in Estonia in the interwar period and what were the perceptions arising from heritage protection, because these issues had a strong influence on the processes concerning the Baltic German heritage in Estonia in the autumn of 1939 and the spring of 1940. And at the end of the presentation, I will briefly discuss what became of these collections after the war during the Soviet occupation. So, during the interwar period, efforts focused on developing Estonian national culture. In the course of this, the question of what to do with the Baltic German heritage inevitably arose. Creating a sense of self required foreign or the other to contrast with. For Estonians, these were historically the Baltic Germans and the Russians. Therefore, in the society as a whole, the prevailing attitude toward the Baltic Germans and their legacy was generally quite negative. But in academic circles and at the national level, however, the situation was not so clear-cut. For example, in the field of heritage protection, the Baltic German cultural heritage was viewed positively. This was based on the Heritage Protection Act adopted in 1925, an updated version of which was adopted in 1936. The law established the value of all historical periods for Estonia. Everything of national, scientific, or art historical significance was to be protected. And as a general rule, an object had to be at least 60 years old to be qualified. The focus was primarily on the Middle Ages, but also on later periods, with the main emphasis on architectural heritage. That means mostly manor houses. Both immovable monuments and privately owned movable cultural property of national, scientific, or art historical value were placed under protection. The 1936 law served as the basis for export bans during the Umsiedlung. A similar ambivalent attitude toward their cultural heritage and its place within the Republic of Estonia can be observed among the Baltic Germans themselves. Some assimilated into Estonian society during the interwar period, while others erected a high wall between themselves and the Estonians. Art historian Ella Vende has distinguished three groups of Baltic Germans in her memoirs, based on how they viewed their cultural heritage in the rush to leave Estonia in the autumn of 1939. And Ella Vende belonged to the expert commission who decided the fate of cultural historical belongings and art of the Baltic Germans at the time. The departure of the Baltic Germans took place unexpectedly and rapidly. The Estonian state, together with Germany, established the conditions under which various decisions had to be made, and the relevant protocol was signed on the 15th October, and it confirmed that permission from the Ministry of Education was required for the export of artistic, cultural, and historical objects and documents. The Ministry of Education established a commission for the management of the export of art and cultural values. Its task was to inspect those and transfer them to the relevant memory institution when needed. Several of the people who served on the commission were associated with the Estonian National Museum. This was Director Ferdinand Linnus, Secretary Helmi Üprus, Assistant Kaara Vilberg, but also artist and museologist Alexander Tassa, who was the head of the Art and Cultural History Department at the museum, and already mentioned Ella Vende, assistant at the department. Alexander Tassa and Ella Vende were sent to the capital, Tallinn, to assist with the work at the harbor and to visit Baltic German homes in the city. And the others worked in Tartu and actually all across Estonia. And here's a great place to say some words about the Estonian National Museum. The museum was founded in 1909, and it served as a comprehensive institution dedicated to the entire history of Estonian culture, a central institution collecting both spiritual and material culture. And it consisted of several departments: ethnographic department, the Estonian folklore archives, the archival library, the Estonian cultural history archives, and the Department of Art and Cultural History, which is of interest to me today. The Department of Art and Cultural History was established in 1922 in connection with the museum's relocation to the Raadi Manor House. And it focused Alexander Dasa was the head of the department, and he focused initially and primarily on collecting older, that means Baltic German art. And later on, collection was expanded primarily with Estonian art. The following is only the example of Estonian National Museum. I will not analyze the issue of the Umsiedlung and Baltic German heritage in a broader context, nor will I address events that took place elsewhere in Estonia. I will now talk about Kaara Vilberg and Otto Alexander Webermann, the experts who were sent to the countryside to visit the Baltic Germans and to find and collect cultural values from them. They both have written reports on their trips, and these reports provide insight into the circumstances of the time and into the relationships between Estonian collectors and Baltic Germans. Even more interesting is to examine how collectors on the one hand and Baltic German owners on the other hand viewed the cultural heritage in question. So Kaara Vilberg was a 23-year-old art history student who had just started working at the museum. She spent 5 days in Viru country, visiting dozens of manors during that time, and her report is actually published by our museum in 2015, so everybody could read it, although it is in Estonian. Kaara Vilberg informed the Baltic Germans of the opportunity to donate or deposit archival materials, books, and culturally and historically valuable objects and works of art to the museum, archive, or library in Tartu. In doing so, she was responsible for organizing the packing and transport of the collected items, finding, hiring, and supervising workers as needed. In the report, Vilberg frequently mentions that she called director Ferdinand Linnus at the museum to ask for advice. At smaller manors, Vilberg was generally met with a warm reception, but elsewhere, however, she had trouble clarifying the reason for her visit, which is particularly evident in the concluding remarks of her report, which is brought out here. I will read it to you. Unfortunately, the timing was too close to the Germans' scheduled departure dates. First, although rarely, I had to put up with unfriendliness and incomplete information stemming from the mood of departure. Second, in some places, archival materials had been thoughtlessly destroyed in the rush to move. Third, due to the late hour, the manors of Saka, Kalvi, and Erra, which were on the itinerary, remained unvisited as the owners had already left. I would certainly have managed to visit these and other manors before the owner's departure had the traffic blockade caused by the Russian troops' march not kept me in the town of Rakvere for 2 days. As a result of Vilberg's collecting expedition, several notable works found their way into Estonian museums. One example is Frederick August Barthol's sculpture, Genius in the Clutches of Misfortune, which was deposited at the museum through Mrs. Schubert, the wife of the owner of Vihula Manor, and it is now housed at the Art Museum of Estonia. The second example is Wrangel's collection of ethnographic artifacts from the indigenous peoples of Alaska, which is today one of the most highly regarded collections of its kind in Estonian museums. And it was precisely Kaara Vilberg who took an interest in this while she visited Roela. The objects brought back from Alaska by Russian explorer, governor of Russian Alaska, Admiral Ferdinand von Wrangel, and his wife Elizabeth in the 19th century. In the autumn of 1939, Hans von Wrangel, the current owner of the estate, a descendant of Ferdinand von Wrangel, was not yet ready to deposit the collection to the museum, as you can read from this quote, but his reply indicates that he didn't plan to remove it from Estonia either. The ethnographic artifacts from Alaska reached the Estonian National Museum in 1941 and were transferred to the Estonian History Museum in 1953. Otto Alexander Webermann was a literary student and was somehow connected with the Estonian National Museum. He was from Viru County and therefore familiar with the region, and the report indicates that he had already known several of the Baltic Germans living there. Webermann begins his first report by noting that he had received a phone call from Moritz von Wrangel at Roela Manor, who had expressed a desire to transfer certain materials to the State Central Archives. According to the report, they interacted in a friendly, relaxed manner, so they probably knew each other before. And Webermann writes about how, before the trip and after the phone call, he visited the director of the Central Archives and the director of the University Library to receive instructions for his work. And it follows that Webermann did represent not only the interest of the museum, but also those of archive and library. During his trip, he focused on reviewing the libraries of manors and deciding which material should be transferred to Estonia's memory institutions. He was also offered archival materials and works of art. Webermann took a critical view of the preparatory work that the locals had done before the expert arrived. There is a quote from his report where he describes the situation in Palula when he arrived there, and he writes critically, I quote, "Such organizational work should always be carried out under the supervision of an expert, so that no useless work is done and nothing is destroyed, because often things considered worthless by the uninformed can actually be valuable." Webermann had firm opinions about what constituted valuable cultural heritage and what did not, in contrast to Kaara Vilberg, who often sought advice from the director of the museum. It also appears that he got along easily with the Baltic Germans. There were no problems or conflicts. According to his collection book, he also visited abandoned manors in Viru County in the spring of 1940 and continued collecting art and artifacts for the museum. Vilberg's and Webermann's collection trips are quite positive examples of the Estonian interaction with the Baltic Germans in the autumn of 1939. But this was not always the case. There were certainly serious disputes on the matter too, but I don't talk about them today. As mentioned above, there were various viewpoints about Baltic Germans regarding the ownership of their cultural values. Which of these came to the fore at any given time likely depended on the individual and on the prevailing political or other circumstances. As one example of this, I will highlight the story of the von Wahl family, which, according to the sources, spanned the years 1940 and 43. The von Wahl family's interaction with the museum illustrate how an initially rather reluctant attitude toward donating their cultural values to the Estonian state can at some point shift to the opposite, only to revert during the German occupation. It is also an example of how objects could move back and forth between a citizen and an institution during the turbulent war years. Heinrich Anatol von Wahl, an engineer living in Tallinn at the time, wrote a letter to Ferdinand Linnus in January 1940, in which he explained point by point why the items seized by the Valga Customs Inspectorate from his father, Leo von Wahl, be allowed to leave the country. The items in question were a series of old weapons of Arab and Egyptian origin, which Heinrich von Wahl initially saw as of only personal value. And the 4 points brought out here from his letter are quite eloquent and well thought about to my mind. So here is that the items do not represent any significant cultural or historical value, and items are not at all connected to Estonian history. And here it's also our history, our Estonian history. So it was in January. In April, the Museum Evaluation Committee decided to allow these items, except one antique axe, to be removed. In June of the same year, Heinrich von Wahl wrote to the museum again, stating that he would, after all, donate these ethnographic items to the museum, explaining that this would make them accessible to the Estonian public. So the artifacts had changed from being personal property to being necessary for the Estonian state and society. And Heinrich von Wahl ends his letter by stating, because of this donation, I wish to make them accessible to the public and thereby underscore our family's feelings toward our whole old homeland. So it was in June, 7th of June, and in the 22nd of June, the war reached Estonia. Von Wahl didn't deposit these items into the museum until February 1941. The museum heard from him again in the spring of 1943, when he requested the return of the weapons again. And the museum director at the time, Erik Laid, granted his consent. In May 1943, a letter arrived from his father, Leo von Wahl, who wished to have back the one particular portrait painted by Alfred Hirv, who was actually an Estonian painter, which he had deposited with the museum in 1939. Erik Laid then convened a committee at the museum to take a position on the matter. The committee decided that from an art historical perspective, the portrait needed to remain in Estonia. Since Leo von Wahl had expressed a willingness to part with the painting in exchange for Baltic prints, the committee proposed offering the owner up to 10 sheets of lithographs by Ivansson Höflinger. Leo von Wahl agreed to this, and the transaction was finalized in October. And today, the the painting is housed at the Art Museum of Estonia. During the Umsiedlung, the museum collection increased by 800 objects. And what happened with those objects after the war? The redistribution of the collections in general began as early as the first year of Soviet rule, when the Estonian National Museum was divided into two, an ethnographic museum and a literary museum. And a plan was adopted to transfer all material received from resettlers that didn't fit the museum's new profile to the relevant institutions at the University of Tartu and to the Literary Museum. It was decided to transfer the museum's art collection to the State Art Museum, and art related to Tartu was assigned to the newly established Tartu Art Museum. However, the war intervened and the reorganization remained incomplete for the time being. After the war, the transfer of collections between museums continued. Concrete action was taken in the early 1950s when the authorities mandated that museum collections be purged of material deemed inappropriate both in substance and ideology. In 1951, the Estonian National Museum was ordered to remove from its collections everything that lacked ethnographic value. In the early 1950s, several thousand items were transferred to the History Museum in Tallinn. Among them were many objects of Baltic German origin, including the ethnographic collections of Baltic German seafarers, for example, Ferdinand von Wrangel. The art collection held by Estonian National Museum underwent a thorough inventory, and nearly 3,000 items of art and cultural history were transferred to the State Art Museum. Much of this material pertained to Baltic German themes. A consequence of these transfers was that the museum's Department of Art and Cultural History was dissolved, although the corresponding collections still exist today. And the museum's name was changed once again to the Ethnographic Museum of the Academy of Sciences of the Estonian SSR. But this is actually another story. Thank you.
Thank you, Marleen. And now it's our time for a lunch break, and I think that we can discuss and ask questions for you at that time. So we are ending the session right now, and we will return after an hour, which means that we will return at 14:36. So see you soon. Please have. So, welcome back to our conference. Now we have our last session, and our first speaker in this last session will be Agrita Ozola, but unfortunately she is not able to be here today, and her paper will be presented by Kristīna Ozola. But I really want to mention that this paper is quite relevant to our conference because it also shares a story from a regional museum and also a story of a personality, of the role of museum personnel in safeguarding the museum collections. So, Kristīna Ozola, please, the floor is yours, and she will present the paper from Agrita Ozola.
Hello. Agrita Ozola wanted me to excuse her because she's ill and she couldn't come today, so I will read her paper about the role of the individual in preserving the museum's collection during the occupation and the work of Leonīds Āriņš. Tukums Museum was founded on December 30th, 1935 as the Tukums City Art Museum, and it is known for its significant collection of Latvian arts. That was created under the direction of the outstanding painter, museum founder, and first director Leonīds Āriņš, and he asked to give artworks to this new museum. And with his work, he created a great center. There are also quite dark times during this history of museum, and this paper is about activities of Leonīds Āriņš, his activities, his thoughts in diaries, and also documents that were used in the correspondence between museums. Āriņš welcomed and encouraged the board of the museum or board of the city to create a museum. And he actually did the work that really impacted the history of the city and also our history. And in the book it's written that Lazy Āriņš was the one who founded a museum that opened new opportunities to make artworks and history works popular. Soon after opening the museum, he was conscribed in the military service, and the Theodors Zīberts also issued a decree about accepting Leonīds Āriņš or admitting Leonīds Āriņš to be the head of City Library and Art Museum. Also, the rooms and the space was given in the newly built City Elementary School building. The opening of the museum's exhibition took place on January 23rd, 1938. In the exhibition catalogue, Āriņš writes, gradually the distinctive features of the Tukums school began to take shape, and the need had matured to preserve the achievements of the art of this time and also to represent other Latvian artists, each with characteristic works. And you can see a photo from the opening of the museum, and in the background there is Kārlis Neilis painting that was lost in May 1945. After the occupation, in 1940, Āriņš lost his position, his post. In July, the newly appointed city councillor, Mārtiņš Mazjācis, called Āriņš and informed about the decision that he has to resign from his position. And he was allowed still to be the director of the museum, but didn't receive any salary. And later, there was issued a decree about the museum, how to settle the issues related to museums. 15 museums were recognized as the largest museum. But the city municipality didn't have any power over the museum. Āriņš wrote in his diary, "It wouldn't be so bad, but there are also the risk that all the paintings will be destroyed, and paintings are like a political ideology. And political force stops our development and makes our life difficult." On the 17th of August, Āriņš was meeting Fricis Rokpelnis, and he heard the idea to add to the museum collection also paintings. And he wrote in the diary, I'm quoting, "It doesn't seem good, but let's see how it develops." 1st of January, the museum was taken over by the Latvian Soviet Republic Council, and they renamed the museum. And at the end of March, the art exhibition was opened, and about 1,200 viewers, especially young people, went to this exhibition. The city management ignored this exhibition. And Āriņš wrote in his diary that there are no bright and nice people in the management. A special commission that supported also exhibitions in Moscow, they rejected the artworks that Āriņš wanted to exhibit because they didn't fit with ideology. Later, when the Nazi occupation was in Latvia, then the museum was under the supervision of the municipality. Later, he wrote an application about this, and he explained that the museum has a local meaning, and it was founded by help of local artists. There were also financial aspects. It's possible to save some money if one person is the director of the library and museum. So the municipality took over the museum, and also the previous title was renewed, the City Museum. And Leonīds Āriņš continued his work, and high-quality artworks were added to the museum. When the German army didn't succeed in war, there was some thoughts to liquidate the museum. And the reason was very simple, because it was needed for hospital. And so therefore it was demanded to set free this building and move out. The museum had to move out for the army to settle in the school. And so therefore it was asked to move the museum to other rooms, other premises in the same building. They needed additional 4 rooms. And as the city mayor didn't agree to this, he was writing to the inspectorate and saying that the art museum is representing the Latvian culture, and moving it to some unsuitable premises, I cannot agree. So it means that the previous achievements are destroyed, and it's not regarded important. On the 7th of October, there was a decision for the museum to fit in only one room, and it was done together with a musical school. And on the 8th February, there was also the conscription, and he was also fired from his office, and his wife Lydia took over management of the museum. Later, the school was taken over by the army, so museum was moved to the library buildings. And already on the 23rd of March, it was open. And Orange was in the army close to Tukums, and he also was able to participate in negotiations with the city council how to secure the artworks. And in order to secure them, he recommended to move them out of the city. Irrespectively of all what happened, in 1944, the museum collection got some 20 more artworks, and 500 persons individuals had visited the museum. After 26th of July 1944, the Red Army planes bombarded Riga and Jelgava, and tanks were also in Jelgava and Tukums. On the 20th of August, the Germans counterattacked, and the front line was Klapkanciens, Lestene, Annenieki, Blīdene, and the Kurzeme front line was created. And that meant that Tukums also was in the territory very close to the front line. Worried about the paintings and artworks, what would happen to them, Orange took them off the frames and rolled them, and some of them were hidden in some places outside the city, somewhere he dug in safer places. And less valuable and large paintings were left in the museum. Kārlis Neilis took the photo of that in autumn 1944, and then he afterwards went to Germany. Orange family was staying close to Tukums, and every day he went to Tukums to check the museum. And when the winter came, family returned to Tukums, and in December 1944 and also in January 1945 there were fights close to Tukums. But people were already kind of used to that. On the night of 8th of May, there were shooting heard in the city, and Ari family, who were taking care for two little girls, were hiding in the cellars. On the 9th of May, the city was full of Red Army. They went to each house and they chose the premises, the rooms that they needed, and they demanded or ordered civilians to leave. Orange wanted to stay, but he was not allowed because these rooms was needed for the army, and he couldn't do anything for the favor of the museum. And later, it was discovered that there are some paintings lost, and only on the in July, he was able to start looking for the artworks that he had hidden. Almost all of them were okay, and he created inventory, but 27 artworks were lost. For some of them, there are still photos available, and there are available in the album from 1936, but for some there are even no images. In the slide you can see the list of all the lost paintings, and on the right-hand side, on the top, there is a painting by Kārlis Neilis, the photo of the painting. And Jānis Vasarlauks and his painting was later found. After the war, Āriņš had to justify why the museum is needed. In 1945, the museum was under the supervision of the National Council, and very soon the museum had also a branch in Irlava, and that was led by Krišjānis Katlaps, who was the Red Army doctor. The work didn't go as smoothly as the director of the museum had hoped. The first conflict was already during the first conversation with the Soviet Council secretary, who spoke Russian, but he didn't speak Russian. And he had to prove why the art museum is needed in Tukums and also in Riga. And the representatives of the new power, they had different understanding about why art is needed, and also different criteria that determines the value of artworks. Museums had to become the source or the way how ideology is spread. In March 1948, Āriņš was writing a letter to the USSR inspector, Mrs. Kotova, and he was explaining that the museum was reflecting the development of Latvian art and culture. In June 1948, the representatives from Moscow visited the museum and recommended to rearrange it. And later, the doctor Krišjānis Katlaps was arrested for activities opposing the Soviet Union. Later, in January, there was issued an order to include Irlava Museum's collection in the national collection. And later, Āriņš prepared a letter to the also Arts Commission, and this order was immediately executed. And on the 19th of January 1949, the collection was included in the main collection. On the 16th of April, 1949, based on the financial documents, the museum, former workers, that there were some items confiscated in the warehouse of Tukums Consumer Society. And later, 30 items were received from the county finance department. On the 12th of February, there was a serious conversation about the fate of the museum. the first secretary, Aleksandrs Maziecis, started speaking about liquidating of the museum or turning it into the regional exploration museum. Āriņš wanted to have a network of museums, and museums were liquidated already in other towns, but in Tukums the museum existed because there was all the time opposition. Later, Āriņš had to leave the artist union because he was not working in line with the socialist tradition. He wanted to be creative, but he was not allowed. He was controlled. In 1950, for 4 times, he had to rearrange the exposition and the exhibition. And here you can see Āriņš and the Tukums Art Museum. On March 15, 1952, Āriņš was invited to the meeting of the Communist Party Tukums District Committee Bureau to report on the museum's work and artistic activities. There are 2 versions of the museum director's report that have been preserved in the museum, but it's not known which version he used at the bureau meeting. Āriņš wanted to inform the members of the bureau about the desire to replenish the collection and to complete the renovation of the premises as soon as possible in order to equip the collection storage rooms. He explains that the planned exhibition at the State Museum of Latvia and Russian Art Museum didn't take place in 1951 because an inspection took place there. The museum was open 300 days a year and was visited by 3,000 people. Later, he was allowed to go on a trip to Crimea. But when he returned, there were bad news because the museum was being closed due to reorganization. In August 27th, the commission came, and it was led by the Furmanov, the deputy director of the State Museum of Fine Arts. The commission found that the works of artists were stored together with valuable works of art by Soviet artists, and that the museum didn't have an exhibition plan approved by higher authorities, and also that the exhibitions and displays didn't have written permission from the Glavlit, the Central Censorship Authority, and also there wasn't the written consent from the Ministry of Internal Affairs. So in the concluding part of the report drawn up on August 30th, it was stated that the museum didn't have enough paintings to display an exhibition corresponding to Soviet reality. And there were few works with a high ideological and artistic level, and the museum's collection consisted mostly of works by formalists and emigrants. Out of the works of Latvian artists, only 10 to 15 are suitable for the exhibition, but of the works of Soviet artists, 20 to 25 paintings were suitable. Of the sculptures, 3 to 5 are valid. The rest are artistically of low value and can be classified as works by formalists. It is noted that the collection of objects of applied arts lacks examples of Soviet-era art. Also, there was the order immediately destroy some paintings by German, Baltic Germans, for example, Anses Cepures painting, folk song. On later, in September 1952, there was issued a reprimand to the inspector of the administration, Auguste Kapmane, for insufficient control and assistance to the State Tukums Art Museum, and she was ordered to correct the mistakes made as soon as possible. The board reprimanded Āriņš for not following the instructions from the Art Affairs Committee. and he was instructed to prepare a plan for a new exhibition within a month. On 24th of December 1952, a representative of Glavlit arrived at the museum. Noting that the situation hadn't changed, he instructed the director to open exhibitions in the future only after a special commission, a higher authority, and representatives of the Communist Party bodies had signed an exhibition opening act. Next day, Orange, on the 25th of December, Orange was writing a petition to the head of the Art Affairs Department, to Comrade Kalpinch, requesting that an expert commission would be appointed to decide whether these paintings should be destroyed or transferred to archives. On January 7th, 1953, the museum was inspected by a commission appointed by the administration under the direction of Andreevs. And entire collection was sorted into 5 groups: suitable for exhibition, 31, usable as scientific auxiliary material, 56, to be transferred to special storage, 72 works, and to be destroyed, 35 works, and 18 works to be transferred to the History Museum. On March 11th, 1953, 15 years had passed since Orange officially began working as the head of the Art Museum. He purposefully continued to adhere to the original mission of the museum. Reflecting on the course of the events so far, Orange was writing in his diary. I'm quoting, "Well, I no longer manage the museum in my life, but I walk like in a fenced-in henhouse." End of quote. He was allowed also to sign or to write an application to be resigning. Then later again, commission came to the museum, and on May 11th, 1953, a commission was established to inspect and accept the museum's inventory in connection with a change of directors. The commission once more discovered that there are professionally low-value artworks included. The list was different from the list that was written by the previous commission, but here it was said that the 29 artworks have to be destroyed because they have no artistic or scientific value. At the end of the act, it is written, when inspecting the museum's work on site, it must be concluded that in such a small city as Tukums, the museum has no further growth perspective. Therefore, the Commission considers it useful to move the museum to a larger city, such as Daugavpils, and provide it with Russian and Soviet works of art. End of quote. This document was sent for approval to the USSR Minister of Culture, Ostrov, but the order was never prepared, so no action followed. And in this image, you can see Jakobs Kazak's work, 1916 painting that was proclaimed as definitely has to be destroyed. Leonid Tsariņš managed the museum at the time when Latvia experienced several occupations. That changed the operating environment of the museum and posed various types of threats to the collection. Tsariņš chose the appropriate course of action for each situation. During the first period of Sovietization and the period of German occupation, the director was trying to justify the meaning of the museum's existence and takes care of the museum's accessibility to the public in all possible ways. During the period of military activity, there was a direct threat of the museum's destruction, so he removed the most valuable paintings from their frames and hid them in various places outside the museum. In the initial period of the second Sovietization, he tried to prove the importance of the museum concept and refrained from contaminating the collection with items of low artistic value. In the next period of second Sovietization, with the intensification of the processes of idealization, he withstood the pressure and didn't comply with the Commission's decision to destroy artistically high-quality works by Latvian artists or to transfer them to special repositories. As the circulation of documents was very slow and the USSR Ministry of Culture this order was not prepared, the next director, Auguste Kampmane, also preserved the collection. Also, the Red Army officers didn't let her in during the period from May 9th till May 18th, 1945. We can see only one of the stolen works, Vasarlauks landscape, has been found. The museum recovered it only in 2016 when it appeared on the antique market. Tukums museum during the Soviet occupation was like a freedom fighter. This is how Āriņš had positioned it. He stayed together with his museum all his life. The role of the Tukums museum during the Sovietization period depended on Āriņš understanding how the museum should look like, what the public expects from the museum, and what qualities and offers it receives. The visitors' book prove that a lot of artists and those who are interested in art were going and still are going to Tukums just to have a look at the museum collection. And when we were researching Āriņš activities and the fate of the artworks, the author of the paper, Agrita Ozoļa, was using mainly the quotes from Āriņš diary. This diary is kept by the family, but it was possible also to analyze and research them. And then also the correspondence with the managing institutions. Thank you very much for listening. And in the end, I would like to hope and to wish us to be able to find our lost values, and so that this information is spread throughout the country, and we would be happy to hear about the fate of these paintings. Thank you very much for listening.
Thank you very much on behalf of our team, and also I think Agrita is really happy to hear us from the live stream because she's listening to us, as I know, and thank you, Agrita, for this wonderful paper. And as we talked before, if you have any questions, you can write an email directly to Agrita, because we now will proceed with our next speaker. And also a very legendary researcher, I would say, art historian and a professor, leading specialist of provenance research in Latvia, Jānis Kalnačs. And his presentation is also dedicated to one very special person in Latvian museum history, Mērija Grīnberga.
Cienījamās dāmas.
Honorable ladies and gentlemen, more ladies, less gentlemen, for how long may I speak? I will try to do my best. My speech, I do not represent any museum, so my point of view is broader and maybe different. I have listened for 2 days to many speeches. I cannot repeat what has been said. I have shortened my presentation, and I will be adding some things as well. This year marks the 80th anniversary since Mary Greenberg's trip to Germany, or more precisely, Nazi annexed Sudetenland. It all started in the fall of 1944. She accompanied museum valuables to Opau. Without her courage, determination, and sense of duty, on February 10th, 1946, on the day of elections of Supreme Soviet USSR, 3 collections of Latvian museum collections and documents of several archives could not be returned in 11 railway wagons in Riga. Archive people always remember museum people archive, but the value is common. About 400 boxes contain the values of Latvian museums. About 70 boxes contain items from the ethnography collection, 116 boxes archaeological antiquities, 165 boxes history and navigation museum collection, as well as most valuable 700 boxes belonging to Riga Art Museum and archive documents. The return of the collection and archive documents of Riga museums taken away by the Germans after a year and a half in such a complete manner after such a chaotic period was unique. Former Doms Museum, predecessor of the Museum of History of Riga and Navigation, lost its coin collection, but in general losses were minimum. Some, of course, items were broken by transporting, reloading, or looted. The legendary journey of Mary Greenberg at the beginning of the century was the subject of an article by the author of this paper in the journal History and Theory, as well as an article by historian Rasa Pārpuce Blauma in the collection Women in the History of Latvia. Much broader, these events were made in a film, Mary's Journey, so by Christine Želve, as well as an exhibition made by Eva Kalneča. And during the same year, an Latvian Museum Association established Mary Greenberg Award for selfless work that goes beyond the duties. It is worth recalling that the first publication mentioning Mary Greenberg was the article Woman Legend by the archaeologist Tatiana Pavel, an employee of the Museum of the History of Riga and Navigation, in the publication Muzeju, dedicated to the first Congress of the Latvian Museum Society in 1989. Less known and not mentioned during these days is a publication by Lydia Maksotova, Russian Soviet historian. She quite honestly and truthfully wrote in her book, Saving Cultural Values During the Great Patriotic War. It describes in detail the removal, care, recovery of items. And by writing it, most probably she used the materials from the Navigation and History Museum. Also, Jānis Sudmalis deeds were mentioned in this book when saving Liepājas treasures, as well as Martin Švejs, who saved 100 Rosenthal's works, as well as Jaunpiebaldzēni, without mentioning Jākaps Strasdiņš, who saved around 60 works from Piebalga. The overall theme of this conference is appropriate to once again mention the accomplishments of Mary Greenberg the Jr., especially paying attention to the documents that she signed together with Soviet Army Major Lev Podolsky and the successor of the Baltic German Hapners, who was the deputy director of Kiev State Library. Comparing recent publications, and they explain how the Nazi authorities carried out and evacuated Latvian cultural values. Of course, they tried to somehow save them, inverted commas, from Soviets, thus evacuating. And how Soviet troops transported them, and how it was then divided or affiliated. Historian Kārlis Zirdziņš in 2011 published in a magazine, Latvian Archives, Memories of Laumas Loka. She was an employee of the State Archives about the removal of archives and activities in Opava and Tripista, getting to American zone and fleeing from Soviet army, as well as notes by Rudolf Scherenans, an associate of Riga City Archive, about the return of the documents at the end of 1945. The removal and transfer of the museum values is recorded in the diaries of an archaeologist, Adolf Karnup, who was mentioned several times in his memories or diaries from 1941 to 1946. That was published some years ago by National History Museum. And of course, we have to remember the entry diary of Mary Greenberg's mother and its publication. And very important is this quote. Mary Greenberg's mother's entry in the diary on the 10th of February 1946, when she visited Karnups, and when goes to her room. And then she, after an unslept, sleepless night, she went to elect the deputies of the Supreme Soviet. Then in church, she prayed by the altar. After some time, I hear suddenly heavy footsteps, and a man appears. I get up and I thank God, because I can't believe that it is her. Of particular importance are diaries of Karnups, which describe the course of evacuation, inverted commas, of the antiquities. The publication also includes her the trajectory of Mary Greenberg's path. At the end of 1945, Valdemārs Ginters, director of the museum, receives news that museum belongings would be evacuated. It turned out that the ship intended for that is already loaded, and Latvian cultural values were exported only on the 7th of October 1944. At the end of October, in November, they were delivered in Grosterlitz Castle near Opava, Czech Republic. Laimas Loka, an archive employee, recalled that the Germans already in spring of 1944 began to pack the boxes, in boxes the most valuables, sending them to Ādolapalis, then to Rundāle, and then to Opava. According to Slokas recollections, in November, where he and the archivist Lucija Pāva was already there, director of archives Vilis Biļķēns, as well as Kārlis Škapars, as well as Mary Greenberg and Nora Purpere arrived. Sloka did not mention anyone chaperoning the boxes of Riga City Art Museum, because collection was not big, about 10 boxes. and maybe a museum didn't have anyone to chaperone them. When the army approached Opava and the city was bombed, some documents and objects were transported to Tripista near Pilsen and placed in a monastery. These things were followed by archivist Sloka and others. Sloka's memories of the events in Opava and Tripista after American troops entered coincide with what Mary Greenberg wrote and adds a little bit, especially Sloka's notes are important why archivists and museum values were separated, because they feared returning to Soviet-occupied Latvia, and they went to Bavaria. At the end of June 1945, only Mary Greenberg remained with the valuables. Who advertised herself as belonging to Red, most probably because she wanted to return to Latvia. In autumn 45, fragmentary information about Mary Greenberg reached Riga. It was rumored that from a small Czech city, she approaches Riga. In some days, it was said, or Karnup recorded, that Mary Greenberg is just days away from Riga. Karnup's records are complemented by Sheeran's note about the documents returned to Riga. The materials left in Opava in 9 wagons returned to Riga at the end of November 1945. National Museum Director informed Karnups that he has to prepare to drive forward Mary. And on the 17th of November, the news reached the museum that evacuated belongings and Mary are in Pilsen, but U.S. Army does not issue a transfer, and that the transfer or transportation cannot be continued. Entries in Karnup's diary end in March 9, 1946, because on March 28, he was arrested for, and I'm quoting, looting museum values. He was convicted, although it was quite interesting. The things or antiquities were distributed in matters of day, Karnups and Sheerans as described. After this, the museum files were brought back here to Riga Castle. The boxes and the room were sealed before they began to resort in the presence of archive department people. On the February 16th, the re-evacuated boxes were returned to Dome Museum, and 10 boxes were returned to Western European Art Museum in the premises of this castle. A return of Mary Greenberg in Riga should be remembered not as bright and pleasant, because she did not receive any recognition. Her health was undermined, also chaos in the museum, and also distrust in her. And she was dismissed from the job as acting head of ethnographic department of the Central State Historical Museum for obvious and intentional delay to return the exhibits in the given deadline. Mary Greenberg did not tell even to her closest friends about interrogation in KGB premises. To younger colleagues, she sometimes told about castles in Czech Republic without mentioning how she got there. Several reviews, notes, and drafts of Mary Greenberg have survived. more detailed reviews that she wrote shortly after return was attached to the inventory file in the Dome Museum in February 1946, and I have published the full text in one of the journals. But in it, Greenberg does not mention anything about the time or about the time when Americans betrayed USSR. She just mentioned that on the 25th October, almost 4-month-long journey back home to Riga began. She says, or she describes the following. On the 19th of October arrived Guard Major Podolsky from 5th Army Brigade, taking over. Packing began. They looked at the list and said that it does not correspond to the reality. Major Podolsky asked to sign it. Mary Greenberg was interrogated also later. In her explanation that is addressed to Department of Militia Investigation Bureau, she in detail describes re-shipment or a transshipment of and passing over the belongings. Around 1964, she writes a review, and she very dryly notes evacuation from museum in Czechoslovakia, the delay of Americans in return of cultural values, and she concludes that selfless heroic Soviet army saved our values. So the collection now, when handed over, is signed by Mary Greenberg, as well as before mentioned Major Podolsky. Both signed that this list is accurate, and the U.S. Army passed everything over to the Russian Army. And Major Podolsky confirms that Soviet Army has taken over. But there is no list, just the information that something has been given to someone. So I could not find any list. But the fact describes what Mary Greenberg did for the whole of museum society. Although I found this list in Czech Republic during a conference in 2007, when again we spoke in about provenance restitution. This conference was in Liberec in Czech Republic. I was speaking there, as well as Patricia Grimsted spoke, and I asked her, maybe she knows something more about the collection from Latvia. And then I turned to National Archive of the USA, and I received an audio file on restitutions of USA to USSR that Russia denied until 1997. This actually allowed us to publish the restitution of Nazi-looted cultural treasures to the USSR and facsimile documents from the National Archives of the United States. She also worked in Holocaust Memorial Museum, and when researching the documents in Sudetia and Silesia, she found this list. Grimsted studied Russian history in the University of California in Berkeley, worked also at Harvard Russian Research Center. She compiled description of Soviet archives, including Estonia, Latvia, Lithuania, and Belarus. She has written several articles. Grimsted also wrote about what was restituted from the war trophies. She is still working on these matters, and there are several publications of her. Greenstead realized that between September 1945 until August 1959, U.S. carried out 19 restitutions of cultural properties, returning to the USSR more than 1.5 million cultural treasures, which she believes that U.S. has returned to the USSR the most valuable collections of the archival documents, books, and works. The United States already immediately after the Potsdam Conference in early September 1945 began the return to USSR. But the process was interrupted by the onset of the Cold War. In 1945, the restitution of October 25, the second in row returning to the Union the cultural values of Latvia and Ukraine. Especially important it is for Latvia. Because museum values were listed on 9 out of 10 pages, and most of museum values and archival documents from Germany were returned. This can be called an exception, because from August 1946, the United States more strictly adhered to non-recognition of the occupation of the Baltic states by not returning the cultural values from these territories. The restitution that took place in the fall of 1945 is attested by the 10-page document. And the original is here. And in fact, why one date differs on top, because things belonging to Ukraine were added 1 day later. There are no signatures of U.S. Military personnel. That's why we believe that Americans did not feel responsible for these valuables. And it is worth mentioning that in the publication of Greenstead, in annotation in the same compact file, she mentioned recipients. Mary Greenberg's name was not mentioned. She offers this variant, which attests the same fact that we already know, that for quite some time after return, Mary Greenberg disappeared from public. So in the Trippist, Americans passed to USSR Army many boxes, some of them in Trippist and in other palaces. The list is rather vague. Some boxes does not contain the place of origin. The history archive boxes are more precise. Also, archaeology museum contains a broader description. So, knowing that Mary Greenberg was actually dealing with ethnography, that's why maybe the list is so short, because she lacked knowledge as to what is placed in which box. Also, vaguely, it is mentioned coin collection, also just materials like portraits or paintings, but sometimes there is just a question mark next to the box, because most probably it's Mary Greenberg who did not know what is in there. And you can imagine how brave it was to sign for more than 140 boxes, the content of which you were not aware of and were held responsible for upon return. So most probably Mary did not have full list of any museum. Most probably it was only to Kurts Dilfred, which organized this affair and who did not wait for Americans. So it is similar, or maybe that art museum had copies of these lists in the boxes, but they were lost. Most interesting description can be found on this page. And in some pages, there is a description of Riga City Art Museum. So it's not written Brederlock collection or something else, but just oil paintings by well-known Baltic painters. So whether Mary Greenberg lied to Americans or it's just carelessness, we can interpret in many different ways, but there is a question. Who was the author of these lists? Is it really Mary Greenberg? And this is an insight of postcards on some of the works that were brought back. There were 257 paintings by foreign artists, Dutch, Flemish, German, French, Italian, most belonging to merchant Friedrich Wilhelm Brederlock. The fact that Mary Greenberg wrote this list, or she did not write, whether she just signed or did she did the repackaging, we cannot understand that. And there are several explanations, but speaking about the list itself, it's interesting because it's written in very poor English. I will try to prove that. First, the place name is written in an erroneous way. Maybe for Americans, they did not care how to write cities or places in Czechia. So, Trippist. For America, it's just Trippist. Mary Greenberg knew both English, German, but whether she knew English well enough, I don't know. I have a feeling that this list was made by someone who speaks Latvian, because the box is, the word box is written like caste. In Latvian, kaste, without an A-E at the end. So I have a feeling that Mary Greenberg participated in repackaging of these boxes. Also, word public or the word slave, meaning Slavic, not slave as in slavery, which is a typical Latvian mistake. So these documents have been translated, and I am glad that museums have done their homework and that this return or restitution has earned the necessary attention. The State Archive has not done its homework well enough, but it's not clear who brought back what from where. At the end of my speech, I would like to speak on what Ieva Sila mentioned on Liepāja. And I hope that Ukraine will see the day when their intruders will go away and the losses can be calculated. I will talk about one document made some weeks after return of the Soviet army. And this was enumerated by Extraordinary Commission of the Latvian USSR. They compiled information as to what fascist intruders, as well as their followers, caused to the territory of Latvia in the 3 years they were in charge in the territory. So this is the last slide with the document, and it pertains to part of the museums already mentioned. Art museum, and by compiling the data on these 35 institutions that were subordinate, including 3 art museums, 14 theaters, 17 schools, it was concluded that museums have been hit the hardest. 305 paintings by Riga City Art Museum have been taken by Germans, including 27 works by Latvian authors, although none has studied whether they were indeed brought out of Latvia. 64 paintings by old Latvian artists. We know that from Tukums, 94 paintings of contemporary Latvian artists were not taken, just very few. It is worth looking at that. Of course, the intruder tries to blame the previous intruder. So the damage was estimated in monetary terms 775,890 rubles. The Art Affairs Management Commission completed its work in July 4th, 1945. So 2 months after the end of the war. This information at one point most probably reached Munich. A little bit about this process. Art Affairs Management Commission completed its work, as I said. It collected data obtained by local commissions that attested the damage using the price list issued by the commissionate, while the work of art were evaluated by a professor of the Academy of Art. Forms were filled out for damage, where value of completely destroyed or damaged property was entered, the expenses of evacuation and re-evacuation, the total amount, total share of the damage caused by arts departments, and they were entered as 92% of total management losses, although they were not made in monetary terms. The History Museum was subordinate to one other commission. And when you will finish this PRISM project, maybe museum employees should tackle how these so-called commissions of the Soviet state in each cities in a very exaggerated way estimated losses, as well as the villains. And Tukums Museum is a very good example. So the total or real value of losses could be calculated in that way. Thank you very much for your attention.
Jāni, for introducing us more closely with Mērijas Grīnbergas work, and I'm usually quite emotional when I hear story about her. But maybe there are some questions in the audience. Kādi jautājumi?
Clarification. It's always interesting to listen if somebody can add something to what was done, and it makes it more complete. So I know it can't be that nobody heard anything. I know that sometimes my speech is not very clear, but it's quite late. I know. Yes, it's quite late. I think that we can continue during the breaks, but thank you for now.
And now our last speaker of today and also of this conference, Aleksandra Mūra, which is director of Kadriorg Art Museum in Estonia. And her presentation will be white and grey spots in the history of museum collections, challenges and limits in provenance research. Please, Aleksandra.
Good afternoon. It's a challenge to be a last speaker in the quite late afternoon, so I hope you will not fall asleep during my presentation. I'm here again back to more general introductions after the personal stories, because although I'm also working on provenance history and history of particular artworks, now my general overview of history of collection is based on work of made by my colleagues Kersti Kuldna-Türkson and Ulrika Jõemägi. Provenance research, as you all know, and why we're here, has been one of the key focus areas for museums since the end of World War II, but particularly in recent decades. Although the so-called difficult heritage of the 30s and 40s has been in focus of the provenance research from 50s onward, collection history research is now expanded also from this period to earlier times, addressing issues related to colonial heritage, as well as to the era of World War I. That is very relevant for Art Museum Estonia, especially Tartu University collection that is now in Voronezh and has been evacuated during World War I and since then never returned. And now it's the second in Russia of collection of Egyptian art by size, but originally it's from Tartu University. Unfortunately, the subject of looted heritage is not going only to past, but to the very present. For the Art Museum of Estonia, the provenance research is particularly difficult, as the archive of the museum has been almost entirely, and archive and documentation of the museum has almost entirely destroyed in fire in 1944. So I can't quote entry books and all the documents that were detailedly discussed during these 2 days. So our research of the fate of each particular item in the museum that entered the museum in a period of 39-44 has to base on the external sources. Another category of difficult heritage in a museum collection consists of artworks nationalized from the homes of executed or repressed individuals, or those who lost, that we also have talked also in the case of Latvia. The crimes of the Soviet regime couldn't be investigated prior 1991. And many documents from the secret services and courts were destroyed or transferred to Russia after that time. That also make it more difficult to do research. To understand problems with the provenance research in our museum, I would like to give an overview of Art Museum of Estonia in the years 39-53. Already on 23rd August 1939, Germany had concluded the so-called Mutual Assistance Pact with the Soviet Union, which divided Europe into spheres of influence and marked the beginning of more concrete preparation for the military occupation of other countries. On 21st June 1940, the Soviet Union orchestrated a communist coup in Estonia. This was followed by the staged incorporation of Estonia into Soviet Union and the establishment of a new government. Estonia's social order, economy, and cultural life were brought into alignment with those of Soviet Union. As early as July, land redistribution and the nationalization of enterprises began. From 23rd August 1940, the law on the nationalization of private museums and museum foundations came into force in Estonia. Both museum collections and buildings were subject of requisition. Works belonging to private collectors that had been deposited in the museum were also entered into a museum collection and formed separate departments. Among the major deposits were museums. So here is the. The museum's director, former director Peter Tauk, and the industrialist Konrad Mauritz, member of Museum Board of Trustees. Konrad Mauritz was a well-known manufacturer and businessman. He had managed Tallinn's gasworks and water supply system and had been involved in construction of our National Theatre. He also served on a board of trustees of the Art Museum of Estonia and contributed to discussions on design of a new museum building. Mauritz's extensive art collection consisted mainly on works of Baltic German artists. Before the outbreak of Second World War, he had planned to donate his collection, comprising hundreds of works, to the Art Museum of Estonia, on the condition that it would be exhibited as a whole. In 1941, Konrad Mauritz was arrested, deported to Russia, sentenced to death, and executed. The artworks from his collection remained in the museum. In the early 1990s, a big part of the collection where documentation survived by years was returned to his distant relatives in US. The rest of the collection is still in the museum's possession, but without any pre-war documentation, whether it was given to museum or not. During the first Soviet year, 40-41, many institutions, associations, and organizations were liquidated or reorganized. The assets were nationalized and artworks were transferred to the museum. Works previously disposed in state institutions and schools were likewise transferred to the museum. While initially institutions continued largely unchanged except for leadership replacements, from spring 1941 onward, according to Central Committee directives, intellectuals and cultural workers were dismissed, arrested, and replaced with politically loyal individuals. And during the in 40s there were several museum directors, but during the critical post-war years, 1941-47, the museum was directed by Ella Wende, about whom you heard from Marleen's paper. Ella Wende, who had previously worked in the Heritage Protection Department, assessing valuables during the resettlement of Baltic Germans, was tasked with inventorying property taken into custody through forced deposit. For example, in the winter of 1941, she oversaw the inventory and packing of the collection of textile manufacturer Robert Karl Pelzer in Narva. The collection was later evacuated, partially dispersed, and only in part preserved. So important private collection, quite few information of it is still known. When war broke out between Germany and Soviet Union on 21st June 1941, it was generally received in Estonia with relief. The rapid advance of German forces raised hopes of liberation from Soviet rule and restoration of independence. However, the approaching front forces Soviet authorities to begin evacuations, including museum collections. In August 1941, museum director, then Alexander Tassa, received a list of 75 works to be evacuated to Leningrad. These were loaded onto the steamship Eesti Rand that you see in the picture, which departed Tallinn on 24th August 1941. The steamer was attacked by German aircraft, but reached shore, and at least part of the artworks were saved, as well as more than 2,000 recruited Estonian men who were mobilized by force to Red Army and were on the way to Kronstadt. Unfortunately, none of those paintings returned to the museum, but some of them continue to appear on the art market until now. Some artworks from the museum collection that were deposited in the institutions during the 1930s, and I heard that it was also practiced in Latvia in 30s to take artworks from museums to ministries and other offices. So these from state institutions were lost during hectic evacuation. For instance, landscapes by Sylvester Shedrin, once on from a museum collection that were on loan to the Ministry of Interior, were declared to be lost during wartime and published as lost art in our publications. But a recent investigation showed that one of them was purchased in 50s by Russian Museum in Leningrad and is now a part of the permanent display. And another was sold on McDougall's auction house in UK in 2018. But as a buyer was from Russia, so we had no hope, and we even didn't send the claim to auction house. Following the German occupation of Tallinn, the museum building was placed under military control. Many collections had already been moved to safer locations, including the cellars of Alexander Nevsky Cathedral in Tallinn. German art units inspected these holdings and removed works, particularly Baltic German portraits, which were later exhibited and taken to Germany. In the turbulent years 1939-41, the museum's collection grew rapidly. As you heard from also Marleen, in 1939, during the Umsiedlung, the resettlement of Baltic Germans, the Nachumsiedlung in 40, around 20,000 Baltic Germans left Estonia. Many faced the question of what to do with the household property, and that could not be taken along. Numerous Baltic German families, particularly large industrialists and members of the nobility, possessed valuable art collections for which a special export permit had to be obtained. To issue these permits, the Ministry of Education established commissions of art historians to assess the significance of the object for Estonian culture. The expectation of the commissions was that items not permitted for export would remain in Estonia. Some property that was nevertheless attempted to be exported despite the ban was confiscated at customs and stored in the port warehouse and later transferred to the museum. The museum's acquisitions record contain numerous entries concerning artwork confiscated at customs and deposited in the museum. However, a large part of these items was later transferred to their owners in Germany during the years of German occupation. Many art collections of the Baltic German nobility ended up also in Poznan and Szczecin, where many of Germans from Estonia and Latvia were resettled by Hitler and still are stored in Poland, the Poznan Museum. So some Latvian collections are also ended up there. For many decades, these collections were closed for researchers and public as the part of the difficult heritage is connected with the traumatic past for Polish people. But now we start to collaborate with them to research on these collections. Despite disruption of wartime, museum staff continued their work, organizing archive, cataloging collections, and supplying artworks, preferably Baltic German landscapes, for German administrative offices. Many of these work were never returned as well. In 1942, orders were issued to evacuate museum holdings from the city center. Collections were dispersed to manor houses, schools, and temporary storage sites. Some collections, including furniture, precious metal objects, and the museum library, remained in Tallinn. In February 1944, warfare returned to Estonia. Shortly thereafter, on the night of 9th and 10th March 1944, Tallinn was subjected to a devastating Soviet air raid. Large parts of the city were destroyed, including the museum building. Sorry, I forgot to change the picture. That is examples from Poznan Museum, from a collection of Baltic German manor houses, some examples of many. And here is a picture of evacuation. One can see the shortage of materials and transportation means. And so back to 1944. And museum building was burned down after catching fire from a nearby house. The destruction caused immense cultural losses. Collections of furniture, silver, archives, and numerous artworks were lost. The exact scale remains uncertain due to incomplete records. Excavation in 1946 recovered some sculptures and ceramics, thought to have been destroyed. One of the most significant losses was the near-complete disappearance of works by the Estonian artist group associated with Cubism and Constructivism. However, the loss might have been caused not by fire in 1944, but by the destruction by the Nazi government, as this kind of abstract art was considered degenerate by them. After the war, several artworks were transferred to our museum from other Soviet republics, particularly central museums in Moscow and Leningrad. So we got something new in a collection. These included 19th century Russian realist art, as well works by Soviet artists, often with propagandistic themes, but also some works by Estonian artists purchased by Russian museums in early 20th century. The museum's collection also expanded through exchanges with other institutions. For example, in 1950, an exchange with the Latvian State Museum resulted in the acquisition of works by Johann Köhler. It was agreed that the Latvian Art Museum would transfer 9 works by Köhler to Tallinn in exchange of 13 works by Latvian artists like Feders, Rosenthals, Purvitis, and others. And the story continued in 1956, when the Art Museum of Estonia received notice that the aforementioned works by Johann Köhler had been confiscated in 1949 from Latvian citizen who had been arrested at the time. His rights were later restored, a rare example for Soviet times, and he sought to return his expropriated property. Given the importance of Köhler's legacy to Estonia, our Ministry of Culture decided to compensate the legal successor financially, and the works remain in the collection of the Art Museum of Estonia till today. In the post-war years, several artworks and cultural valuable objects reached the Art Museum of Estonia from apartments, those whose owners had either left Estonia at the end of the Second World War or been repressed by the Soviet authorities. These works were registered and handed over to the museum by the Tallinn Finance Department, whose commissions, at least initially, according to the records, included a representative of the museum, for example, its director Ella Vende. In accordance with the Soviet government regulations in force at that time, the arrested and nationalized works were added to the museum collection. So we had no special funds, so they were entered a permanent collection. Unfortunately, identifying the legal successors of these works is exceptionally difficult, as property confiscated from individuals repressed by the Soviets reached museum much later, and only the date of transfer and the number of the finance document official record from the juridical authorities are known. On this basis, files can be found in the archives of former Ministry of Interior, usually indicating the addresses of confiscated apartment, which often not correspond to present-day street numbering. Moreover, not all property in these apartments seized by the authorities necessarily belonged to the arrested individuals themselves, since people who fled to the West by boat in 1943-44 entrusted their artworks to friends or relatives for safekeeping, hoping to return home soon. As a result of such inventorying of nationalized art assets, the Art Museum of Estonia acquired valuable works from the Muga Manor in Lääne-Virumaa, which had belonged to Karl Timoleon von Neff, a 19th century court artist of Estonian origin. After dramatic historical events, the remaining collection of paintings by von Neff, together with sculptures, furniture, and other interior items, was brought to Tallinn, and this Milo Venus copy from 19th century is welcoming you in our museum lobby. The Second World War brought major losses to the collections of the Art Museum of Estonia, both in terms of artworks and institutional memory. The majority of the museum's archives was destroyed. It makes provenance research exceptionally difficult, requiring information to be reconstructed from numerous indirect sources. While in most European museums, difficult heritage primarily refers to the unlawful transfer of artworks belonging to Jewish collectors, in Estonia these concern only a few private collections, the most striking example being the theft of the art collection and library of the art historian Julius Gens by the Einsatzstabsreichleiter Rosenberg, operating under the local Nazi administration. By the way, Arthur Rosenberg was born in Tallinn. Maybe that's why Estonian national collection were not brought to Germany during the war. The difficult heritage of the Estonian Art Museum of Estonia instead includes artworks confiscated from individuals repressed by Soviet authorities or nationalized from the homes of those who fled Estonia. Those origins and former owners are unknown, and whose investigation still lies ahead. And as the postscriptum dessert to this speech, I would shortly talk a restitution story of painting by Albrecht Dürer, handled. So we had this that I presented also in the Liberets conference that was mentioned by Jānis Kalnis, and this work by Albrecht Dürer was arrested by our customs in 80s. It was they brought it from Moscow, and it was planned to bring it to Canada, and our brave customers arrested it and brought to museum. Museum was in a stage of transition at that time. We moved collection to a temporary storages, and none and colleagues didn't remember the document that was issued by that time that's saying that this work should be explored and returned to Bremen Kunsthalle, as it had, as you saw, the clear stamps on the backside of Kunsthalle Bremen. We in year 2000, when Kadriorg Palace was finished, the renovation of Kadriorg Palace, and we reestablished our permanent display, all the work were examined again, and so before that, in 90s, this work came again on table, and it was easy to find that it was published in book issued, so Verlorene Werke der Malerei, and our Prime Minister brought it back, so presented it back to Bremen Kunsthalle. Here is the nice photos of our Prime Minister Johann Parz and Gerhard Schröder, Chancellor of Germany, presenting a painting that united with the left wing of the same altarpiece, and the thank you for this gesture. So in 90s, the restitution, so in early 2000, restitution was not so widely happened event, especially on these paintings of this level, and that Bremen Kunsthalle brought a nice exhibition of Dürer artworks to Estonia. That was the first blockbuster in our museum, with a queue standing on far from a museum, and showing us that finding a rightful owner is always a win-win situation. Thank you.
Thank you, Alexandra. I couldn't have wished a better last slide in our program. Thank you very much. But maybe there's some questions.
No questions, short comment. You mentioned this man whose collection with Keller's works go to Tallinn, and they were exchanged by some works positive with Riga. I think it will be correct, speaking in terms of provenance, to mention his name. It was Jakub Stasdiņš, who was arrested and sentenced by Soviet powers. He's quite a famous Latvian painter. He had the biggest collection before his arrest, and I think it's worth to mention his name, speaking about former owner of his collection. And
you have to say so. I didn't know. I had only the general knowledge.
There is published a book about him in Latvian, and also it was prepared with some very kind support from your museum, also with some photos of pictures of Keller.
Thank you.
Thank you.
Any more questions? Oh, okay.
Thank you for your presentation. I have a very short question. You mentioned that in the beginning of the years 2000, there were art objects given from Russian museums. I understood that correctly?
From Russian museums were received in early 50s.
Yeah, okay.
So it was from 1949 till 53, museums in Latvia, Lithuania, Estonia received works from Central Soviet musems.
Okay, but here comes my question now.
Yeah.
It reminded me of the book of Konstantin Akinša, who had stolen treasures. who wrote that some art from the trophy brigades was given to the befriended Russian states. So I wondered, these art objects, are they considered as a red flag because they could be taken by the trophy brigades?
Those works that were distributed to like newly acquired territories was of different origins. Some of them are from state museums that were like tracing back to the pre-war period. Several works that were, most of works that we have in our collection are of Russian artists and were purchased from artists in 30s, 40s, and none of the, at least in Estonian, in our museum, are of international art. We don't, they are all Soviet or Russian artists.
All right, I think we might now finish the official program with papers. Thank you, Alexandra. And now it's time for our final discussion, the restitution of cultural property today, opportunities, challenges, and controversies. And the participants will be from all of the Baltic states. Also, a colleague from Slovakia will join us, Gert from Belgium, and also Sophie. We will have a short technical break, like 5 to 7 minutes, and we will return here on this place. So just move around here in the audience, and we'll be back soon. listeners today. I'm very glad that we can meet now in a discussion format, because previously it was more of listening, but now I would like to bring the question of restitution, because that's eventually what we would like to achieve with our research, with documenting our losses, and also with this networking. And here we have participants from two Baltic states as well. Aleksandra Mūra from Estonian National Art Museum. Also Sigita, I need to read your name. Sigita Bagužaite Telečkiene from Palanga Amber Museum. The colleague from Latvia that we haven't heard before, Mārcis Kalniņš, and he is from our Heritage Protection Department, right? Yeah. And then we also have a participant from Prism Project from Slovakia, Margareta. One of our speakers already, Gerd Sels from Belgium. And Sophie Delpierre, who is, I would say, like godmother of our project. And also expert in so many countries. And as we already talked before, that all of the Baltic states are in one page, some other states are on the other page. And I would just like to start with a question on which page we are, like with the restitution questions, where we stand today, and how you could like give an general overview in the restitution question in each country. So maybe we start with Aleksandra.
Yeah, it's with the restitution. It's for museums. It's very easy when you have. We are looking to restitute something that belongs to you. Then you are eager to learn law, to explore, to fight for the rightfulness, so justice. But if you are in a position of giver, of giving out something that had belonged to the museum collection from times before you was born, and it seems, and that requires something to overcome. So we, as after Māra Lāce, or during Māra Lāce's presentation, we was talking that it's easy to be like on a good side, but if you are owning something that is important for you as a researcher, as a museum professional, that you used to have the work for public, and then it's someone else has rights for that. So to accept giving, and that is something that we have, for example, at least in Estonia, to overcome. And this is not very, so no one is happy. And even if we return something, then in news, it's someone took from a museum, the museum artworks from a museum, and we lost this part of art history. So it's not prized or celebrated that we have a justice, and people who owned this and who lost it during the war or during the Soviet occupation got it back. So it's not celebrated even by public. The general attitude is that what we learned from Soviets, art belongs to people, to a nation, and that is something that we, with the talking about restitution, with making, although it seems so obvious, to normalize this, so it's something I think what we have to work with.
So I fully agree with Aleksandra, and the restitution, of course, it's a global matter. And all countries, they are dealing with this and differently. Of course, in Lithuania, we have some few restitutions cases that was from looted collection, and from the Austria, the colleagues helped to restitute one important object from the private collection that was looted and returned to the Lithuania. But of course, it's always, like Aleksandra said, it's always tricky. because of the provenance, because of the proofing, because of the lot and big and long this way that everybody should go and then maybe we'll have more successful cases.
I would say hello. From the legislation point of view, we are, at least Baltic states, are quite strong in the sense that we have been ratified, we had ratified all the main conventions, Unidroit 1970 convention, for example, Latvia, even Nicosia convention. So, but from the other hand, it's actual life, at least for me as well, as I'm working day to day with these kind of trying to find things that that are sold in internet, for example, which has been looted. And in real life, it is a little bit, not a little bit, actually quite difficult still yet to get things back from the countries, especially if we take into account that each country has its own legislation regarding these questions. Of course, we have the conventions, everybody has agreed, but in reality, everybody has a little bit different point of view, and quite often that point of view are not matching. So that means a lot of work as well. Kind of, it takes time. And that's one of the things that I would suggest, that don't afraid to, in these kind of restitution cases, ask for help for the ministries or other bodies as well in a country, because in a sense that we are all working together to get back our memory, our identity, I would say, especially for the Baltic and this kind of, this part of Europe where this history is so tangled and so difficult, that there's a lot of still need to be done.
As I said yesterday in the presentation, in Belgium, we're years behind. That's nothing to be very proud about, but it has an advantage. It has the advantage that you can look at other countries, how they did it. And for instance, in the Netherlands and France, a lot of years ago, as an immediate response to the Washington Principles, they undertook a lot of initiatives. And so we looked around there, and as we're now just starting to do the job, this is what is happening at the moment. So the first decisive step is you can raise awareness, you can do that with the press, but it's not enough. People in museums can be convinced that it's time to do something, but it's not enough. As was shown in Belgium now, you need the political work, you need the government to undertake a step and say, now we are going to do this. And what are we going to do now? So first you need, I think, a very deep report, so that has been delivered. Then two, you need a very clear set of laws, which is in the making and which is going to go through Parliament. And then the third thing is that it's helpful to have a restitution committee, because I hear, and that's a story that we don't hear so often when it's about provenance, but here the museum workers, when I hear their testimony, I feel their pain. Because for me as well, my main aim would be that there would be as much paintings in public collections that can be enjoyed by as much people as possible. And I understand very well that you want to preserve your artworks. But it was also something that struck me in the presentation, and watch out, because now I'm going to try to talk Latvian. Māra Lāce, is that okay? Yeah, did I? Yeah. In her testimony, she said that at the moment, some years ago in the 90s or something, there was a painting that was claimed, and that she was then in the position of an art or a museum director, and that she kind of challenged the heirs and said, can you prove that it hasn't been sold afterwards? And that is a very, very difficult position, because then you have, I think, double standards. Because as a museum worker, you have a self-interest in this case, and that is very difficult. I think therefore that you should try to overcome it. And I think that, and I hope that with Belgium we will have a restitution committee, because that is a neutral commission of experts, of law people, provenance people, history people, for Belgium important, hopefully also somebody about the Jewish community, that have a more neutral position. So this is what's going on now at the moment in Belgium.
Thank you. Thank you very much for your question, which is not an easy question, because speaking about restitution, we can still stay here for 2 more days. But the point is, from ICOM point of view, what is also interesting to note is that it will depend. I will be maybe less operational than during our presentation, but it will always depend the situation. It's a strange answer and expecting answer, I suppose, but it's true, because depending of if we will speak about return, restitution, and repatriation and decolonization, all of that are a different angle. Then we have to understand that we have also to speak also at global level. Today we speak more in conference with regarding the after World War II. For certain country in the world, World War II means nothing from them. I mean, they have another story, another important date, an important period. So for ICOM, what is also interesting to be able to assist the museum community. In one word is that. And then we listen, we learn from the network about what we are talking about. On which level? We heard from the different speakers that we can speak about legal, we can speak about ethical, we can speak about political and economical, and all those perspectives has to be taken into consideration. So my point is not to say what we should do or what we should not do, because there is no magic answer. Otherwise, we would have been done so long time ago. But the point is that, and clearly, it's clearly said in the previous Code of Ethics and in the current Code of Ethics, what we say from the start is that to the museum community, if there is a request, if there is a demand of question, open the door for dialogue. What we cannot accept anymore is that the door is closed, that there is even not a possibility to speak. That is impossible. We are a stage, we cannot accept that anymore. So that's what ICOM does, we will do that. And then, of course, and it's not the point today, but if you want me to say, is ICOM helping for restitution matters? The answer is yes. In the past, does ICOM help formally in a restitution process? The answer is yes. Cases are there. Informally too, by the way. And don't forget that at international level, there are tools, they are helping. UNESCO has the ICPRCP committee. It can work in situation, it doesn't work in other situation. But when you put all the solution, all the methodology next to each other, you have a huge panel of working, of possibility, but it does not solve anything. When we speak about restitution or return at ICOM, we know that we cannot have like the perfect solution or already done that. Every case is different. But from the museum point of view, as I want to repeat, is that dialogue should be open. And then there are huge different solution. It's provenance research, research analysis, not always also coming to a restitution per se. There are alternative dispute resolution. It's another story, also another way to move on. So what we say is that don't be afraid. We try to look, as you say, outside the winner-loser situation. More and more we go back to try to find, and believe me, we succeed to find a win-win solution, because we want to, let's say, don't be afraid, don't be worried, open the discussion, and let's see where this discussion can bring you. It's not naive, it's working, and we see very, very often. So that's what I want to say. I come as a facilitator, as a support, because of course sometimes we are helping the museum who has to give back, or we are helping a museum who have to receive, or we have to helping both. So we have always to find a solution and the best way to move on.
Okay, I try to speak because I lost my voice last week, but I tried to get it back. So in Slovakia, the question of restitution is, I would say, nowadays taboo, because we were, as a country, part of Hungarian kingdom for 1,000 years, part of Austrian monarchy, part of the Czechoslovak Republic. And I would say a lot of artwork or archaeological artifacts from Slovakia now, they are in the museums in Prague, in Vienna, in Budapest, and it's really, nobody wants to touch this question, give us back what belongs to here, because they came from castles, manor houses, or churches, and so on, these artifacts. But what we are challenging now is the situation with vandalism and from the museums after the Slovak Republic was created in 1993. The museums were looted, so by their own staff. People who work there, they took out many things. So now we are looking for it where we can find them. So maybe this is the question we are trying to solve within the prison project, because Slovakia has a project to create a web platform where we will inform the public also about these things which were stolen.
Thank you for your answers. And I guess the next step, logical question would be, what kind of national or international support you feel like you need to overcome these challenges that you mentioned? I actually asked about situation, but you moved to challenges, most of you. And maybe you could comment on that. What might be support you need for restitution?
Yeah, another round. So I think this first is willingness to, as Sophie said, to start with, to work with, and awareness of people. And again, yes, you're right. So we are talking different. Not only now we this time talked about Second World War, but we have in Estonian case we have. The First World War loss of very important collection that is now in Voronezh, and everyone knows that it is there, and they say that it was brought from Tartu University. It's in museum information, as well as so all the countries, so from Lithuania, from Czech Republic, they works in Sweden that were looted in the 17th century. So all the armed conflict caused the big movements and illegal trafficking of cultural goods. And of course, then we have a question in Russia during the revolution, and after that, when Bolshevik nationalized all the art collection of nobility who fled the country or who was killed. And their artworks are also a major part of our Old Masters collection that were bought by Estonian government in Petrograd in 20s. But we know that those who were selling them were not the owners; they were stealers, the nationalists. All these legal circumstances of so what is legal and the time of things happening in that period is illegal from point of view of other country or other time. So those, I think it's the discussion, and when how much does it did it take time for in Europe to realize and to agree on the Second World War and Jewish collection to be returned? And what big efforts, and now the new big efforts with the decolonization, with the dealing with colonial past, that if we would say like 30 years ago, that we, I know the German, British and French or Dutch museum will bring back, I've been in bronze and all the things. So we would not believe that, but things can change, I think. So when we work with little by little, but all these, the ideas of rightful owners of justice are quite fragile. And again, some conflict, some accident or a big change in political situation, and we are years back to or in a difficult new situations.
Yeah, you're asking where we could find help. So, for instance, the Ministry of Foreign Affairs, the diplomacy can many times help. For instance, we had a case in 1996 at Christie or Sotheby's in New York. There was on auction a Roman part of a plate. It was a handle, and we found it and tried to ask or to get it from the owner back to Slovakia because it belonged to a bigger silver plate from the 3rd century AD. And we know his name, everything, but he said, no, I will donate it to Metropolitan Museum, but I can give you a copy of it. So when it happened, and thanks also to diplomacy who helped to get it back, and now it's in our museum. I don't know, someone else would like.
Thank you. Yeah, my thoughts that from all that we heard during these 2 days, my understanding is that this restitution processes in all countries like a more or less sporadic, that it's that's why I agree with you about this restitution committee. Maybe it's a good idea because when you have some particular institution that it's work with this, with one subject, it's always, like to the one direction, because now the scientists, they are working, they done own work, they make some scientist proofing, the museologists, they know own museums, histories and stories and some traces where when these objects, some cases with the families that they left and they heritage, some one or other stories about this, but it's it's like small parts, and it's if they are coming to the one, it's good and good practices, but otherwise it's staying like it's in some points, but not in general, like you said. So that's why this maybe some institutions a good way to solve this problem or start to solving. And and the help from the abroad, from the national point, it's of course this a PRISM project too, because we as a Lithuanian National Committee, we chosen to arrange some books, some table book or some guides for especially for the younger generation who is coming to the museums, and to give them some direction, some points to think about what they could to do and what is it already done, some basis to take from this base to a future, to try to look abroad. Of course, in Lithuania and the museums all the time, they are looking for the Lithuanian some heritage, and they're looking the possibilities to buy or other ways to bring back to the state. But but also it's a big awareness that because the young people in Lithuania, we don't have museological school or a high school, it's we are all coming for the practices and we are learning by working. So I very agree that this, as we have more conversations, as we have more discussions about this topic and spread this information, it would be more prepared people, and they will know how to work and which direction. So.
Maybe I can say thank you to Sigita and Margareta because they are having upcoming meetings or have to leave for the airport. Yeah, I will wish you a safe journey.
And I would like to thank you for the invitation. Really a beautiful 2 days. I heard a lot of this information and about the restitution and so on, but I learned also about your culture, and it was very important. So thank you very much.
Okay, and also thank you, Sigita. She is preparing an exhibition with Liepājas Museum, so hopefully to see that exhibition soon. But I wanted to continue with Mārcis.
Yeah, I would say that first there are a couple of things that we need to do. First of all is we need to start to talk to each other. One thing, as I mentioned, of course, we have very big platforms, but well, what is that? 3 years ago, we together with Estonians and Lithuanians started this small, came together and first time for, I don't know when, for a very long time, heritage specialists from the heritage boards who are responsible for circulation of cultural goods in our countries, and we started to talk together. And now it has been grown till the working group in a Baltic Sea level, so Baltic Sea region level. So we are now 10 countries. So there is representatives, and that it has shown that. Within this Baltic Region Heritage Committee, and it has shown that if there is any kind of case, it's very, very easy now to work, because I know the person I can call, and then I actually have been the situation when we got a call from the border of Estonia. We have something from Latvia. What we do? Then we explain them what is our national laws, and then we get back. What was that? In 5 years ago, we got very good things back as restitution from the Norway, which were brought there illegally. And I think this is kind of small steps. Again, as Sigita mentioned, this education, not only children, the society in complete, that we need to do step by step, little by little, educate ourselves, educate society, start to make these international contacts and networks that would help. As example, ICOMOS as well is very, very good example of that, and start to talk to each other in a sense that, for example, we already arranged that some of the paintings that were lost during the Second World War, we will try to find we will have, I hope in a month or two, workshop with some kind of practical AI search engine learning from our Polish colleagues. So, and we will try to find some paintings that were lost during the Second World War as well. So these are the connections in a personal level, in a professional level, as well the society overall. And you need to understand that this is not a very fast process. It usually takes time to people at first to let it go, in a sense that, as we heard, that not only the museums, but as well private persons who even know that the artwork or these antiquities are stolen or illegally obtained, they still will claim till, most of them will claim till end that that's there. And only when you will some kind of, how to say, to show them that there is the solution which benefits all parts, then there will be agreement. Otherwise, I think it's a process all the time. So yeah.
To get back to the question, so we were busy with challenges. I have challenges on several levels. So first, on the level of the museum workers, although I see that we're making progress there very quickly. Some years ago, I still found from time to time that the reactions in the museum world were, people were reacted still a little bit paralyzed. And by talking about it more and more and making a topic of it and put it on the agenda, I think an important point to make is that museum workers can't help it that the objects are there. That mostly they are given, seated in the museum in the 1950s. So no one is responsible for the objects unless you're 120 years old or something. So just relax, it's not your fault. Let's talk about it. So that's one. Two, on the level of the museums, well, there is some work to do. Because as we are now starting in Belgium, the minister has said, okay, I will encourage, and I think to encourage is much too weak as a word to use, but she will encourage the museums to go to the collections and screen the collections. And in Brussels, it has already been done for the paintings between 1933 and until 1960. And we're talking there about 600 paintings. And about the provenance, 25% of them are absolutely okay, no problem. 50% is not completely provenance full. And then 25%, we should look at them. So the result of this screening means that there is a lot of work to be done. And then I hope that the politicians will not only say A, but also B, because then you have to go to research those 125 paintings and do a deep provenance research. So that's the second level. And then on the legal level, as my neighbor mentioned in the first round, a lot of European countries interpret laws in a different way. So I think it's a cliche, but I know that the discussions are going on. It would be a good idea that on the European level we would look at it and to make it a little bit more uniform so that we have a more easy basis to talk with each other. So these are the three biggest challenges that I see.
Yeah, and before maybe Sophie speaks, we already mentioned few of the maybe supports from national and international level, but would there be at some point like a golden standard of restitution? Is it that even possible? What would be the ideal conditions for that work? Could you imagine that?
Well, first I will answer for the one before because I was ready. At the point about what would need, I would say, again, it's only my opinion, but I would say avoid ignorance and avoid misunderstanding, because both, in fact, are very dangerous. So for ignorance, we can I mean, a project as Prism, we can stay humble, but the point is that thanks to this kind of project in each country, we can, as I said, move one more step. We never said that before Prism there were nothing. That was not the point. We just say, okay, let's see where we are in terms of awareness raising, in terms of education, in terms of cooperation, and then take where we are and push one step more or more step if we are able to do it in 1 year. So, but ignorance on the topic is still very, very, very there in globally level. So we need to push forward. I mean, in the last 15 years, we made a lot. Everybody is doing a lot of efforts at every level, not only ICOM, of course, but we can still push quicker and stronger for sure. Another point, and which may be the most complicated, is that the misunderstanding of the tool existing. And too often, for example, I have to say that I'm very flabbergasted to see sometimes how the 1970 Convention or the UNIDROIT conventions are completely misunderstood. Or I don't know if the people don't read or don't want to understand, but I still see, or sometimes also, sorry to say, in the journalist or in the politician, or that what they say is just wrong. So we need to continue to inform, to better inform, I suppose. Maybe it's part of our responsibility. If they don't understand, it's to say it in another way, to make sure. But too often, I will give you just 2 examples. For example, we speak about restitution, and people say, oh, it was before 1970 Convention, so it's okay. What? what? What is this question? What is this answer? Is so wrong. It just doesn't mean that the convention do not apply, and the rest could be. So we cannot stop there. Another point is that I will do another example is from some countries that are very, very strong on this topic, and they just come to another country or to a museum and say, it's coming from my country, giving me back. What? I mean, some objects are circulating legally too. Don't forget that. So analyze the situation, do provenance research, and then on this case, let's open the dialogue to go for restitution or something else. Because also, don't forget that objects are circulating legally too. So, but the problem is such situation, we try to open the door very slowly by argumenting, by lobbying, advocating, and then suddenly those wrong assumptions immediately close the door that we were so passionate to open. And that's so what I call, we need to avoid ignorance and we need to avoid misunderstanding of the things, because this topic deserves, for many reasons that you said, justice, we can call them whatever we want, we need to move on, because it's also, and I will go back to the responsibility of museums. We are maybe one of the most trusted, and we are very proud of it. We are one of the most trusted entities, socially speaking, and we must do all our best to keep this trust, and which means opening the dialogue. At least that's the very basic point. And on second point, no, I really don't see how we could have a golden way of restitution, no. But the point is that the more this topic will be discussed, and the more we will have success, the more we will develop best practices, is something that we try to do through the observatory. The more we show that, yes, it exists successful cases when it is win-win situation, and the more the people will be at ease with this topic, which is difficult topic. So for me, it is not suddenly somebody will wake up with a new solution, or I hope, maybe, if somebody can do that. I'm more trusting the evolution and the success cases that will reassure everybody, that will say, okay, we can do it, and nobody lose per se. It's another way to work. And also another conception from the museum is that, okay, if we say yes to this case, we will lose all our collection. That's also something that we cannot hear anymore. We have so much in the storage, and so we have so many things that we need really to stop this sentence that we hear all the time. We need to be perfectly aware, informed, and then we can do a proper job.
Yeah, I feel like this is a really good ending, and I also really want to hold to the sentence of opening the dialogue, opening the door, not being afraid, not being in like closed up museum storage units and nobody touch my collections, because it is two-way movement. It's not only about what we could receive, but also about what we could give back to rightful owners. And I guess I will end on this note. Thank you for this short discussion at the end. Those who are here in person, they will follow with the tour to another beautiful museum in Latvia. But before that, I really want to thank all the speakers, all the participants, my organizing team, ICOM Latvia board, our volunteers, our technical specialists, our filming team, photographer, also European Union for funding this project, and also State Capital Foundation. But I also want to give like maybe short commercial break, because soon after this conference we will make also short documentaries about 5 case studies. We will also have a conference proceeding and also publication of all these 5 case studies. So this is what we will have this year further. Thank you very much. Thank you for everybody that's here, and see you soon in other project activities.